Good morning, all. A warm welcome to all on this very special occasion. It will, I am confident, be a worthwhile and productive day and take us one more important step towards the longer-term sustainability of rangelands in Queensland. A two-tiered approach could be an effective framework. I'm assuming this includes both incremental and transformational change. However, the strategies need to link practically and empathetically, as far as is possible, to the land managers, land users and their families, local governments and communities, including townfolk, Indigenous groups and NGOs, politicians and bureaucrats, scientists, extension officers, and effective mediation for change operatives. And this will vary. It will vary across the regions, both natural resource management and bioregions and their sub-regions. It will vary across catchments and sub-catchments, local government jurisdictions, and also in terms of the density of settlement in these locations. The cadastral boundaries of Queensland pastoral properties tell their own story, from densely packed smaller properties to significantly larger, enormous properties. The roadmap needs to be intelligent enough and comprehensive enough in scope and practical application to accommodate this variability. There perhaps needs to be targeted focal areas that could include property clusters, early adopters, and communities ready for change, which through their people could be the initiators of the change process. These could be exemplars for other land managers, land users and communities, and encourage slower and less resourced and more stressed groups to join the overall transition to higher levels of sustainability on a path to a visionary rangeland future. This needs to happen within at least the next 20 years, but preferably much sooner. I wish you best wishes for a day of high energy, creativity, focus, and vision. We now open our workshop. Thank you.
Thank you, Ross. A special welcome to the people who are with us remotely. Charles Nason, Bruce Scott, I think has just joined, Ken Brook and David Phelps. And thank you to them for making the effort of connecting by Zoom. The camera, I think, doesn't record the entire room, but it should record the sound. So thank you all for joining up. And we understand if you drift in and out during the day. A special thanks to Philippa for arranging some sponsorship from Griffith University at this room, which is a very congenial room, I think, for this kind of meeting. So thank you very much, Philippa. Thank you, Ross, for your welcome. Today, you might ask, why are we holding it so close to Christmas? And the primary reason, I think, is to avoid losing momentum with this dialogue. If we didn't hold it before Christmas, there is a risk that it would be February or March before we pick up again, and then we'd say, now what were we talking about last year? So we really tried hard to fit it in. Thank you very much for fitting in amongst all the family and other responsibilities that you have. This is, we hope, going to be a day with a difference, because we're going to jump out of the previous mode, which is collecting knowledge and publishing knowledge, into a creative mode to create something that doesn't exist. So it's an artistic action rather than a scientific action. And we've accumulated some enormous volumes of written material. We asked a couple of people to write 5-page papers. One of them is 120 pages and the other is 95 or something. So there's no shortage of written material. And in that context, I'd also like to particularly mention the Rangelands Dialogue special volume of the proceedings. And thank you, Paul, for editing this, which is a departure from the normal scientific journal, because these items are opinion pieces. They have been peer reviewed, and so they've survived scholarly publication, but they're not scientific research or opinion pieces. So I'd like to commend this paper to you, and copies, orders can be taken, and I think we're charging $35. We thank Paul for arranging an anonymous sponsor who's helped us with the printing costs. So this is a creative act, and we have a very short period for presentations. We really simply want the authors of a couple of these papers to give 5-minute summaries, and the rest of the day will be discussion. And because it's a creative act, it's non-mechanical, non-clinical, and we have not really programmed them beyond, much beyond ONT. So we will see how the day goes, and we're in the hands of the audience. You might ask how have we been selected? Well, there's a little bit of self-selection, but we have particularly sent invitations to some of the people involved in the dialogue or the printers of it, who we felt had an ability to look at the broader context, the broader scene, what's over the horizon, not just what the current problems are. So we haven't deliberately targeted those who are focused on paddock management. We're looking more broadly at the context in which the paddock managers carry out their craft. But there's no particular formula that's led us to here, and we thank you very much for your time. Would anyone like to ask a question about the format of the day? Oh, I should thank Melanie and the Griffith people for coming along and organising the IT and the technology. Would anyone like to ask a question about the format of the day and the mechanics, logistics?
Well, not about that, but just wanted to bring to everybody's attention that we've lost one of our number last Friday. Major General Michael Jeffrey passed away. He was a very strong advocate for soil health, and was a promoter of the Soils for Life program. It's interesting going back and rereading the paper he submitted to the proceedings, is that coming from a military background, he indicates that the greatest impact of climate change that we could well see over the next 5 or 10 years is geography, particularly with people starving in sub-Saharan and across Southern Asia, and what that means from a security point of view. So I just bring that to everybody's attention.
Thanks, Paul. Any other comments about the logistics or the mechanics?
Jim, just a query. Is Michael coming?
Michael should be coming. We're expecting Michael. Okay. If he doesn't come, we'll have to add lib on that. I do have an apology from Chris Norman, who's the CEO of NRM Regions, who this morning said that he had the beginnings of a cold, and he felt it was fair for him to stay away from the meeting. He's mentioned Andrew and Paul as being people who can report back to him and represent his views here. So, thank you. Okay, if there are no further questions, we might start on the first presentation.
We're going to do introductions. We're going to do quick introductions to people.
I was hoping that everybody would introduce the Paul, but if you like, we can go around the table quickly. No long biography, just a name and role or interest. Or...
Yeah, Peter Dale, I guess people know me. I've been helping with the writing and organising of this thing.
Agriculturals.
James Hanson, Secretary of the Royal Society. Paul Sutler.
Dana Kelly, I'm involved in research as well as a grazing background.
Heather Douglas, varied background, currently research change process.
Rachel Hard, governance researcher and consultant.
Bob Rizal, looked after one of the natural resource management companies, the one in the Southern Queensland.
Yes, why we keep stepping around the problem of the rangelands.
Will Craig, General Manager, Stanbrook, the livestock properties.
Yeah, Brent Stevenson, General Manager for Stanbrook, which is for environment and maintenance, and John Brisbane, I've got a role with rangelands as rangelands convener for the Royal Society.
Nelson Quinn, Griffith University Research for context.
Philip England,
John Stanford, economist.
Alan Lawler, I was a real producer of that coming on for 30 years and have written a few things about this subject.
Congratulations with that course.
Terry McCoskey from RCS and Carbon Link.
Jodie Brown, grazier from Longreach and been involved in some environmental and climate stuff all around the grazing industry.
Donald Brown from Longreach, Grazier.
Jeff Elliott from Inglewood, Grazier and chair of Queensland Water and Land Carers. Andrew Drysdale, chair of Desert Channels Queensland NRO Group. Longreach chair. Yeah, I did.
Ross Lyons, president of RSQ and previously deputy director of Tropical Savannah CRC.
Jeff Edwards, I'm vice president of the Royal Society of Queensland. I would like to acknowledge ACFORCE, Greg, and NRM Regions as co-collaborators in this rangelands initiative. And we continually ask ourselves what unique contribution can this three-way group make, continually say with all of the other initiatives that have gone on, RAMPAD and so on, and reports going back for decades. Just found one yesterday in browsing through stuff. What else can we add? And we think we're still unique because we're not beholden to any sector, not beholden to government, not beholden to a commercial company, and we're crossing the disciplinary boundaries. So today we're going to try and bridge practice, policy, economics and philosophy. Yes?
Can we hear introductions?
Yes, would the people who are remote like to flick off their mutes and just introduce themselves?
Yes, Ken Brook, Department of Environment and Science, but today here as a private citizen, know a few things about climate and grazing systems.
Thanks, Bruce.
Yeah, Bruce Scott, Chair of Southern Queensland Landscapes, which encompasses all of the Murray-Darling Basin catchment area in Queensland.
Thanks, Bruce. David?
Morning all. David Phelps dialing in from Longreach. Private citizen today, although most of the work I'm pulling together for this is with my University of Central Queensland hat on. And been based in Longreach since 1990, running around the rangelands doing a couple of things.
Doing a couple of things is a bit modest. You're also president of the Australian Rangeland Society, and we might ask you, after we've just introduced Charles, we might ask you, David, to feed off with some context comments. Charles, would you like to introduce yourself?
Okay, is this coming through?
It's coming through, yes.
Okay, right, fine. You know, Charles Nason, mixed farmer at the moment, cattle producer with a few cattle left after drought from Roma. And I think congratulations all for getting as far as this. At least we're talking about it. Thank you.
Thanks, Charles. David, are you right to give us a context overview?
Yes, I am, Jeff. And I have got a presentation which I shall share, which hopefully everyone can see perfectly clearly on the screen, both via Zoom and there in the room in Brisbane.
It's coming through loud and clear.
Excellent. So today I'll present an overview of Queensland's rangelands. There's much more detail that could be included, but I've tried to pick out, I guess, some of the aspects that provide a context for the current year and the coming years. Now, okay, so first of all, I wanted to provide a definition and just also the national context of rangelands. The map you can see on the screen in yellow shows the extent of Australia's rangelands as defined through the Australian Collaborative Rangeland Information System. And it's a pretty well accepted geographic spread for the rangelands. Rangelands are defined by the Australian Rangeland Society as environments where the natural processes dominate. Countries like America and other places tend to define rangelands by what they're not, but within the ARS, our preference is to define them as what they are, which are areas dominated by natural ecological processes. I'm not going to read all of the text on every screen as we go through, because I know that everyone who's watching is perfectly capable of doing that for themselves. I will just on this slide highlight that the rangelands do extend beyond arid and semi-arid regions, right up into the Cape, for instance, but certainly all of the arid and semi-arid zones of Australia are represented within rangelands. In Queensland, I'll just explain this map slightly. If you can, hopefully you can see my cursor on the screen. There's a thick black line running along the map. I have a number of maps which include this line, and that is the boundary as for rangelands as defined through the ACRIS report that I've just mentioned. I just wanted to put the rangelands into a little bit of context in terms of population, and I realise that there'll probably be another presentation that also covers some of this. But as of 2019, the population of the rangelands was 94,000 people. So 94,000 people to the west of that line. That's less than 2% of Queensland's total population, at a very low population density, which, as an aside, is why many of us actually live out here. It's only roughly 0.07 person per square kilometre, compared with the non-rangeland area, which has a density of 14.3 persons per square kilometre. So the resident population is very unevenly distributed across Queensland, but also across the rangelands themselves. The major concentration of residents is actually in the Northwest Minerals province and also up in the Cape. Much of that is associated with mining. Now, unfortunately, the predicted trends are for population decline through to the year 2041 across most of the rangeland local government areas. The local government areas are appearing here as different colours. Anything that's a reddish hue means it's declining, and unfortunately Cunnamulla, or the shires centred on Cunnamulla, Quilpie and Winton, are predicted to decline by as much as 40%. Now, I will put in a caveat there, because in this year of 2020, which has been very, very different for many, many reasons, we have seen places like Longreach, Quilpie, Blackall see a bit of a population boom as we have people move from coastal areas, the more densely populated urban areas, essentially looking for, I think, places that are much more pleasant in which to face lockdown through the pandemic. Longer term, however, and the general trend has been that the Cape York local government areas are actually predicted to increase or at least maintain their current population. That leads me then on to administration and representation across the rangelands. There are 3 federal electorates that predominate or dominate the rangelands. And you'll excuse me having, oh no, that is right. So we've got Leichhardt, Kennedy and Maranoa are the main ones. And Bruce, good to see you online there. And then there are 4 seats of parliament within Queensland and 43 local government areas out of a total of 78 local government areas within Queensland's rangelands. Industries. The map shows the distribution of employment by mining, and you can see that mining is particularly concentrated in the Northwest Minerals province and also up around Weipa. There's also many small mining operations, however, scattered throughout the rangelands, many of which are opal mines, but also things like quarries and phosphorus. The major land use and major industry, as everyone there in the room will know, is grazing. Cattle, sheep, goats. It's the major employer across the rangelands. There's 3.7 million head of cattle. These numbers are slightly outdated. 1.4 million sheep as of a couple of years ago, but now back up to 2.1 million sheep, thanks in part to some rainfall relief in areas, but mainly due to the exclusion fencing that is being established. And that's nearly $2 billion worth of livestock and wool sales per annum. Mining, I haven't got an accurate figure, sorry, as to the value, but it's certainly well and truly into the billions. But many of our smaller towns particularly rely on public administration for employment. Tourism is increasingly a mainstay, and in this year of restricted overseas travel due to the pandemic, we've seen a lot of tourists come through who've indicated that they would normally be overseas, but they're particularly glad to be in the outback, exploring the rangelands, and didn't realise what fantastic attractions and the beautiful landscapes that we had out here. So hopefully tourism can continue to grow. It currently employs about 3,300 people and is valued at about 225 million to the region. Conservation employment is emerging as a new key employer, and carbon farming has emerged as a significant source of income over about the last 10 years. There are some areas of forestry. Fisheries are important particularly up in the Gulf. That's worth some $100 to $150 million. And there's emerging opportunities for irrigation across the northwest region. Land use, as I've already alluded to, is dominated by the grazing and dominated by grazing of native pastures. That's this yellowish colour. So there are only, I guess, smaller areas in key locations, which are, for instance, for conservation. Tourism is spread right across the landscape, but concentrated into particular towns, and also the impacts potentially concentrated into key areas. Land tenure and Indigenous access are important to note. The land tenure is predominantly rolling leases, which is this yellowish colouring, but also quite a substantial area of perpetual lease or freehold, shown in the pink. And there is quite a bit of either current or emerging Indigenous native title and Indigenous access. The yellowish colours here that are shown on the map are all in effect either finalised or in the process of being finalised for access to Indigenous traditional owners. Rainfall, drought and extreme weather events. Absolutely crucial to understand just how variable the rainfall actually is across the rangelands. And thanks to Ken Brook and his teams, when he's wearing his work hat in the Department of Environment and Science, for producing such wonderful rainfall and variability information. October to December, very little rainfalls essentially, and the median rainfall then in January to March clearly shows that it's summer dominant. The proportion of drought, or that the rangeland spend in drought, is highlighted in this particular graph, showing some key shires from the rangelands. You can see that further north, where the rainfall is more reliable, this was a surprise to me as I was analysing the data. Places like Weipa and Cook have actually never been drought declared, at least not in the last 30 years. Start getting down to places like Doomadgee and Cloncurry, you've got about 10% of years drought declared. By the time you're in those particularly southwestern shires, though, Diamantina and Quilpie, for instance, you're getting up to 45, 50% or greater of the time actually being drought declared. It's not just drought. I haven't shown cyclone tracks, but many cyclones certainly cross the Cape, producing both good rainfall, but also impacts through wind, etc. In 2019, one example of more extreme weather came from the monsoon trough, which essentially sat over the top of Julie Creek, Cloncurry, Richmond for about a week. and a combination of driving rain, strong winds, and well below average temperatures for the time of the year led to the death of around about 500,000 head of livestock in total, with an estimated cost for agriculture of $430 or so million. So rainfall is highly variable, drought is quite dominant, and really, if it wasn't for the Great Artesian Basin, we wouldn't have seen the historic settlement across Queensland's rangelands. The light blue shows the extent of the Great Artesian Basin. It sits under most of the rangelands. The quality and also quantity of water does vary across the rangelands, but really that's the key to people being able to live out here, and it's also the key to most of our industries actually being able to function. So I thought it was definitely worth highlighting the role that the GAB has. And that's me, thanks Jeff. Just a brief snapshot of some of the key aspects of Queensland's rangelands. As I mentioned at the outset, there's much more detail available, but I'll be here available for questions throughout the day. So thank you very much for the opportunity.
Very much, thank you. David, we really should give David a hand. He's put them on the questions.
Is there? David, it's not so much a question as it is just a request for you to tell the people here more about how you managed to put this information together, and did you go to a single point of reference to find it, or did you actually have to assemble it from a whole bunch of different sources?
John, thank you. These days, there's no single, I guess, point of truth to access rangelands related data. ACRIS, which I mentioned at the start of my presentation, was funded for nearly 10 years in total, but by the federal government, but it hasn't been funded since about 2012 or so. And in terms of compiling information, it's a bit of a mishmash of Australian Bureau of Statistics, Queensland Statisticians Office, Australian Bureau of Resource Economics, and industry information. One of the reasons that I didn't have a number there for mining, for instance, is that I'm finding that data particularly difficult to track down, particularly how much of the mining income that's generated stays within the rangelands compared with the value being added outside of the rangelands, for instance. So, John, no, it's not a straightforward task, and unfortunately, it's not as if someone can just jump onto a website somewhere and easily pull out that sort of information.
Would this be a good time to debate the whole question of information? There was a link in the Rangelands Declaration that was endorsed in August. John, have you got that at your fingertips? Would the group like to debate the whole question of land resource information now, or leave it till later? Later? Okay, we'll go through the presentation. John or David, anything else on that one?
No, thanks, David. I just wanted to emphasize, especially for the people here, that we are talking about a whole systems approach. We're trying to get out of our own sectoral silos to look at the big picture. And for us all to do that, we all have to bring information to the table, because currently there's no institution, there's no agency, there's no cultural practice that considers this area as a holism. So we are trying to confront it in the absence of holistic information, if you will. So that's a challenge that's in front of us right now. Thank you, David.
Thank you, David. We'll move on, and in the absence of Michael, who I haven't been able to contact, John, would you like to pass the mic to Philippa, and we'll ask Philippa to introduce the work she's done. And there's a one-page document on the table, on the chairs behind over here. And maybe you could pass that around, although would you rather speak than have people read. We'll pass the one page around, but please give attention to Philip, which is introducing.
Yes, that would be nice. I'll just run over the things that basically on that one page. I do have 3 slides. I broke the rules. I'm going to help you. Okay then. Everybody see it okay, including our remote? Yes? Not much received just yet.
I just hold the microphone close.
Okay, thanks for that. I realise we want to think holistically, but my comments are going to be relatively narrow and starting down with one piece of legislation, which is the Vegetation Management Act. So just to preface my comments or my thinking, I just want to show you a few sort of facts, things that I feel are noteworthy. Firstly, this 2018 Vegetation Management Amendment Bill. The Parliamentary Committee set up to report on the 2018 bill received over 13,000 submissions. Okay, that's the largest ever number of submissions received by any committee of the Queensland Parliament. So it's still a bit of a controversial issue. There's a lot of interest there, I should say. Okay, that one click. Now what's not happening for me? Oh, there we go. I just need to be more patient. These are completely random and apparently discordant facts for you. The Land Restoration Fund, I'm sure we'll hear more about that today and you know something about it. In the last year, the Queensland Government has committed close to $93 million across 19 projects. Okay, they've got $500 million to pay with. That means we're going to get about 100 projects out of this thing over the next 5 years unless something changes remarkably. Okay, Emissions Reduction Fund. There are now 278 ERF projects in Queensland, so we're getting a bit more up there, of which 165 relate to vegetation. But look at this, only 84 are contracted over how long has the ERF been running? At least 10, 15 years, I don't know. And 26 for agriculture, only 6 contracted. Okay, so we're not fast tracking, are we here? Next point. Environmental Offsets Act, the Environmental Offsets Fund, from a report that I wrote a couple of years ago, from 2014 to 2018, $9.6 million was received by the Queensland Government as financial settlements, offsets. Okay, so that's money in the pool to spend on biodiversity, good environmental outcomes. 1.5 so far million has been contracted, committed, or spent delivering offset projects. Okay, when I look at this information, I think, you know, landholders are doing their bit, but it seems to me governments are falling short of the mark. They're, you know, they're out there with their grand ideas, but they're not actually getting them onto the ground very quickly just yet. Okay, I do have one more slide. Okay, sorry, Jane. Okay, so my little one-pager that you can read after my presentation is there. And the basic argument goes this way, that I'd like to have a rethink of the Vegetation Management Act and think about how can we put some more management into this legislation. And the reason is, I argue that it's a simplistic solution to a complex problem and that we can and should do better. Okay, now the basic idea of the VMA is that if you prevent a lot of land clearing, you will look after biodiversity, you will prevent land degradation, and you will get some carbon sinks going. So it's a win-win sort of situation. But you know, we know that there are more ways to reduce carbon emissions than simply letting trees grow. You can have soil farming, you can change your livestock feed. You know, urban communities could do something, but we won't go down that debate just now. Okay, we also know that biodiversity resides not just in trees, but in native grasses, perennials, and in the soil under the ground. It all adds up. And we also know I'm not going to debate this one either, that climate change means there are some quite drastic changes down the track, if not already with us. More droughts, more floods, which may in turn lead to more fires, more dust storms, more soil erosion. In a climate-constrained world, trees struggle to survive. As Jeff wanted me to point out. So do does biodiversity, and so profitable, resilient agriculture. So I argue, putting all these things together, it's time for a rethink of the VMA. A couple of other points. Firstly, a lot of people don't really like the VMA, as you can see by the number of people that protested, or put in submission, I should say, about it with all their good ideas. Okay, so there's a lot of acrimony that's been generated by this piece of legislation, and I'm going to argue that's bad for everybody. Secondly, if you're, and of course the Queensland government does like the legislation, and their point of view would be that, well, if we have this baseline, the prescriptive baseline, everybody who performs better or wants to add something onto it can go and get some money in the ERF or the LRF, or, you know, pick up money through NRM regions or whatever. Okay, and that was why I gave you those other facts to say that that's not actually necessarily the case, because it's quite limited numbers that are getting this, and often it's not the same people, it's your absentee landholders or your really big operators, would be my argument. So the end result is not that we get this symbiotic partnership between prescriptive and voluntary measures, but we get this tension and duality, well, signalling to me to keep this close by, that creates additional acrimony on top of what we've already got, for many reasons, I admit. Okay, so then the next step in my argument is that, you know, instead of everybody digging in their positions, because of course things are going to get more tense and more severe with climate change, if we could change the discourse a bit, we might find some new way to track. And if we think about adaptation or encouraging resilience in the rangelands, then we start to get a different conversation. So if we look at environmentalists, for example, they need, you know, in a climate constrained world, they need to think really hard about how we're going to protect biodiversity, how they're going to keep enough moisture in the ground to protect it and keep the trees there. If we think about, you know, the production side of things, well, probably the most successful enterprises are going to be those that are resilient, those that are engaging in some kind of regenerative agriculture. So we're going to see, you know, a lot more investment in soil biology, in permaculture, in all the things that actually, you know, create water in the ground, etc., etc. You guys probably know more about this than I do. But if we think about it that way, then we start to see, well, hey, everybody wants the same things. Everybody wants, you know, more water in the ground, more better biodiversity, and you know, tree standing to help with productivity. So, you know, my point there is that it's valuable to start talking and create a more constructive dialogue. It looks like it's window glossing, and people in the know this already. But you know, a lot of people don't. We've got such a back history, a legacy of acrimony to kind of get over and move forwards with. So the last points in my paper are looking at how we could, you know, give a little bit of a boost up to, for example, soil farming, regenerative agriculture, the things that are going to count in the future, including biodiversity, permaculture, or whatever, and tie that and relate it to, you know, aspects of the Vegetation Management Act, which in many ways already provide a structure for that, but it's been marketed in such a draconian and restrictive, prescriptive way that we're not seeing the opportunities that this creates for us to move forward in a more positive environment. You can read about some of those ideas in the paper. I think it's enough.
Thank you, Philip. We'll give you a round. I've really been a bit hard and said reduce this enormous body of work to 5 minutes. Before you leave today, Greg and Philippa, we're going to ask you to lead a discussion on what kind of process would deliver a better VMA, what kind of consultative or investigative process would lead to a better legislation. So that we might move on now rather than have that debate now.
Thanks for throwing additional challenges.
Any questions? Any questions before we move on? Very good. Thank you, Philippa. I'm going to introduce Michael Gutteridge, who wrote a substantial paper, was asked to write a paper on what are the challenges over the horizon that might not be immediately obvious. You ready, Michael?
Yeah, sure.
Off you go. You need to speak clearly into this so that the people at the other end of the Zoom can hear you. So you need to hold it close to your mouth.
Okay. Okay, when I wrote the paper, or 3 papers, it was premised on all things being equal. Therefore, if we continue the way we are going, now everyone will say, well, we won't continue the way that we're going. We'll change this bit, we'll change that bit, and the markets will respond. I think the problems are quite a bit bigger than that. Almost all of the literature that's coming out of the United Nations, World Bank, academic literature, is basically saying the status quo can't stand, business as usual can't stand. Business as usual and the status quo is based on economic and political power structures. That's why we have what we have. That's why we have the problems that we have. And that's why we are heading towards a very dystopian future. Perhaps less so in Australia, but for perhaps 75% of the world's population, the next 80 years are looking very grim. But it's all things being equal. So if we start to change some things, and in the second paper on a changing climate, I discussed both America and China's strategies or steps towards strategies for dramatic reductions. It wasn't worth mentioning Europe because they are adopting quite aggressive strategies towards reducing emissions. The argument in Australia that we can't do anything about our emissions, it's just political spin. It's just absolute rubbish. So you're going to face a range of choices. Those choices will need to be made over the next year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years. If those choices are the wrong choices, the next 80 years are going to be hell. And so when you are thinking about, well, what strategies can we have? Those strategies won't be, how can I keep doing things the way I currently am? How can I remain profitable and not have to respond to any of the challenges that are coming up? So you really need to look at the bigger picture. I know that that runs completely against the paradigm that we've all been brought up with. It runs completely against the economic models that we operate within. It runs completely contrary to what the Treasurer or the Prime Minister will say. But if we follow them, the paths that I laid out are the likely futures. And they're horrific. They are as destructive as the collapse of empires throughout history, which I detailed in chapter 3. I think that's all.
Food security.
Yeah, make sure you eat a lot from the buffet before you leave.
Was there something? Would you like to comment? Would you like to comment on the NFF's $100 billion food roadmap, whereby we're going to more than double the food production of Australia and be a major source of food to Asia?
That would be nice. Really, Australia's agricultural contribution to Asia is pretty much a drop in the bucket when you look at the production figures for China, even for Indonesia. And if you look at their population growths, but it's still a very bold and progressive initiative, and it should be embraced. I'm not sure what particular commodities are likely to be part of that pool. I can't really comment much more than that, besides it follows the Netherlands strategy of twice the food production with half the inputs. And that's really the type of direction we need to go. Create twice as much food with only half the amount of inputs. And technology will allow you to do that. And I highlighted that in chapter 3.
Questions? Philippa.
Thank you, Michael. It's just something I forgot to mention in the many things I wanted to mention. Can you just tell me what your vision or what your understanding of business as usual is that you premise this paper on, and whether that includes, you know, these new measures that are coming up, for example, you know, the ecosystems market and the measures that are there as part of business as usual, or whether you see that as being, you know, transitional, same with, you know, moves towards more cell grazing, regenerative agriculture, whatever you like to call it. Do you acknowledge there is some transition as part of your business as usual scenario?
Yes, it's working. There will always be a transition. Without a transition, you have a revolution. With a revolution, people starve and get killed. So we don't really want that. Everything's on the table with regards to what are the strategies going on into the future. But if we look at the current paradigm, both political and economic, so many things are off the table. So many things are taboo to discuss. Things that have names attached to them that I would argue probably 99.995% of the population don't even understand what they are. Words like socialism, words like collective ownership, a whole range of things that probably will need to be put back on the table, but currently are not even in the dialogue because people have built up false memories of these things. I hope that answers the question.
Let's give Michael a hand and we'll move on. Thank you. I should have introduced Michael as a geographer, which allows a bridge between science and sociology.
Okay, I object to this. I'll have a little say.
Right, your turn to take the table, Heather. Can I introduce Heather Douglas, who is a genuine sociologist.
Okay, let's just get it on the table to start with. Science is not only physical science, right? It's based on rigorous methodology. Yes? Okay, so the things that I write about are not opinions. They're based on rigorous studies. So if you read my paper, all 55 or something pages of it, it's based on some part of my practice, but also on rigorous research.
Very good.
Okay. So I'm going to summarise my 50-page paper into 3 slides, and then I propose to offer a summary of my reading and the research papers that we did, including David's and Michael's and Philippa's, for this dialogue. Okay? I will try and confine it to 5 minutes. Certainly I can get through my stuff in 5 minutes. I might take a little bit longer than the last slide. So Jeff produced some of my slides if you want a copy. Don't feel obliged. Okay, so first of all, don't rely on government. I've heard a lot about what the government might do, should do, will do, won't do. I think it's time we need to accept that the government's not interested. Partly because you have 3 federal electors out of 151 members and 4 state, there's no need to hand around these people on. 4 state members out of, I can't remember how many, 93. It's not much of a voice. The agricultural sector used to be very powerful because it produced the export industry. That's more. Mining is the big export industry. Education, external, international education is the second biggest export industry. And then comes agriculture sector. The voice isn't strong for the rangelands. Don't rely on government. It's there, it's part of the scene, but it's not the rigorous, committed funding source that it used to be. That's my view of the world. We can debate that. That's over lunch. Okay, so that's the first point. Then I think we need to rethink what we're trying to do with this dialogue. I haven't yet heard a serious question, which you have to have in rigorous research, about what we're trying to do here, what we're trying to answer, what solution we're trying to seek. And I'd like to have a discussion on that before we start planning a scenario. What are we trying to do? And then we need to think about how we're going to go about achieving it. I haven't got my glasses on, I can't read this. Thank you. So my view is that we have to look at not just revitalising the pastoral sector, but we need to think about institutional change and environment and, of course, economic change. But we have to think about changing the institutions that shape what we do, how we go about it, whether we're talking about collective action or cooperative ventures or innovation or whatever. We're really thinking about new institutions, new ways of operating. If we don't think about that, we're in the dire straits of perhaps getting more business as usual. This will involve new approaches, new processes, and definitely new people. Sorry, I'm a sociologist, I call them actors. Right? New people, new groups, new organisations, new groups of all kinds of people. If we don't get rethinking going on, we're in danger of getting more business as usual. We also need new ideas. How are we going to get new ideas? In my view, the key task we need to address in this dialogue is how to rebuild the population in the rangelands. At the moment, you're about 2% new, because I don't live out there anymore. Didn't live out there in Queensland, I lived out there in New South Wales. We're about 2% of the Queensland population. That's not very much. It doesn't give you much voice. If you rebuild the population by bringing in new industries, by bringing in new groups, new services, all kinds of things, bring people back into the rangelands, then you start having a bit more voice into all kinds of things, not just the political scene, but other things as well. So people drive change, not organisations. Sadly, not the Royal Society, though it's definitely a facilitator in this process, but it's individuals that commit to it. Researchers commit to it. David Phelps does by his editing of the Rangelands Journal. People with a commitment to it drive change. You have to get new people involved in this, not more of the same. I'm not saying that we should exclude people who are already involved. I'm saying we need to add on. Add on new ideas, add on new people, add on new organisations, add on new processes and approaches. Think beyond what we're doing now. My research for that paper, and I did a lot of it, make it very clear in Australia that top-down, i.e. government-led, processes don't work in Australia for regional development. I was a bit surprised at the strength of that finding, because I just assumed that You know, it would be. That's the way government has always gone about it. They create a department of, you know, agricultural development or regional development or something, but nothing much changes. They throw a bit of money around here and there, but it doesn't really change anything. But on the other hand, many Australian researchers, and this is Australian that I was looking at, I didn't look at other stuff, demonstrated effects that you can have by developing strong, well-rounded, bottom-up participatory processes, which is sort of what this is, right? But you need to think beyond where we are at the moment into how we might go forward from here. And to do that, we need to engage diverse people. So I was intrigued going around the table today to listen to where people were from. Obviously, there's a lot of people here from the rangelands. That's to be expected. I would have liked to have had some more social scientists here, but we do have some donors here, and we can include some of the others, and we've got a lawyer here as well. It's good too. But when we are thinking about participatory process, we must work where there's energy. To have energy for change, you have to listen. Not just go and do, but you have to listen to what people want. Where do they want to go? What are they prepared to commit to? Where are they prepared to put their time and energy and other resources? If there's no energy in the room, it's not going to go anywhere. You have to listen, and to do that, you have to talk to a lot of people. If you don't talk to a lot of people, if you only talk to the business as usual people, the people, the usual suspects that are involved in things, then you don't get much understanding of what else might happen. But there are people always who are interested to do things. It might be the things that you set out to do initially. And certainly that's happened to me a number of times. I went out to do stuff and talked to people and found they weren't interested in doing what I had expected to do, but they were interested to do something else because that was a more important task for them. Helping them do that then led them into all kinds of other areas, including some of the things I was interested to achieve. So I did a statewide role for a while for a government department. I was contracted to provide support services run by volunteers all around the state. So the government department had a particular model in mind, but why was that the best model? So each place I went to where there was energy to do it, and there wasn't energy everywhere, we had a different model, but we achieved the same outcome. You have to listen, and you have to listen to diverse people. So my suggestion, one of the big suggestions I have is think about engaging people quite deliberately and quite diverse people beyond the people that we have in this room, I'd suggest is a very important thing. Okay, now this is a summary of an interesting paper I came across right after I had finished writing my report, because it was only published this year. It's not exactly what's in the paper, but I've drawn from those ideas, and this is, I think, worth thinking about. It's a triple focus we need. Not just the economy, not just commerce. We also need to be thinking about how to develop our place, how to engage people, how to move the information from locality into a broad perspective. And we need to be thinking about institutions that guide what we do. So there are three, this isn't in the paper, but these are my suggestions here. 3 tasks we need to think of in relation to each of those. I talked about new industries. I think it's really important. We don't only rely on mining and tourism and pastoralism. That's very important, and it has a well-rounded tradition in Queensland. But we need to think about new industries The rangelands people are very innovative. Why isn't there a centre for innovation at Longreach? That might be something that's worth considering in terms of what might happen. So I participated in a very interesting conference in Canada, isn't Zoom marvellous, where they were looking at what could happen in the rural areas in Canada. There's a lot of innovation happening that's local, that's funded by local banks and local groups, and it's having an effect in Canada. I can see this doesn't appeal to every people, but if we had a focus on new industries, we might get something different. I'm not suggesting we abandon what we have, just add to them. Engaging people, I've already discussed, and new arrangements we need. So if we look at who might do these things, I suspect that if we deliberately set out and try and engage entrepreneurial people, pastoralists are very entrepreneurial, but there are others out there who have ideas about different things. If we engage them, we will get different outcomes. But to do the locality focus, to think about how we go about building connections beyond the locality, beyond the rangelands, we actually need some people with expertise in development. There are at least some in this room, but there are others out there as well. And to think about the different ways that we might shape the institutions, how we do what we do, we need some change specialists. I'm not sure whether there's anybody here that will put up their hand to be a change specialist. It's a very specialised field, but it will help get something new beyond what we have at the moment. Any questions on that before I move on to my last slide? Have I go 5 minutes? I've gone over 5 minutes, okay, so I better get on to the next one. So in reading the research summaries that we produced for the dialogue, I thought about, well, where are we going to go? What are we going to do? Oh, that was my little comment about what I'm saying here might sound like gobbledygook. So where are we going to go? What are we going to do? So we have talked a lot about problems and issues. Some of them we can control. They're on the bottom level here. Okay, things that we have some degree of control over that influence our future. So, few quality jobs, depopulation. Because we've got depopulation, our skill levels going down, debt, and I was expecting Michael to talk about natural capital, but he crossed over that bit. But Philippa did it as well. So there we have some degree of control over those things. At the top, though, we have no control over the global marketisation or government complacency. Unless we repopulate, government's going to carry on being complacent. We have because government is complacent, we don't have as much financial investment as we like. We have no control over global warming or the mining sector, which is very influential. But if we look at what we have in the rangelands, we have people who are very resilient. We have people who are very capable, very innovative. We have people who are very reliable, and they have traditional values. Each of those attributes comes with a set of issues that perhaps confine them a little. Social cohesion can result in an isolation from the broader community. Resilience in our current climate can result in pessimism. It's the reverse of it. You're resilient, you put up with lots of things, but over time it wears you down. We're also very traditional in country areas in Australia. We don't have much innovation. We're predictable, we're dependable, but we're also predictable in what and how we vote. what we do, how we think, where we go after school, whether we finish school or not. We're a bit predictable with that. And with that goes some inflexibility. That's not a criticism of people in the country. I grew up in the country. I lived half my life in the country. I understand what country people are like. They're not like city folk. Oh, I've offended some. I'm sorry, but in my view, they are different. And I would suggest that we need to think about the strengths that we have in the area so that we can move on into new fields. So that's my contribution. Thank you for listening to me.
Okay, hand for Heather. We should get those cartoons again later. Yes, John.
Could I make a couple of comments? Thanks very much. First of all, I'd like to support what Heather said about science. In my view, scientific proposition is one which can be falsified. Statements which cannot be falsified are not scientific. And there's one example of that in Michael's paper about the earlier proposition of the 60s that predicted all sorts of gloom and disaster and that the world will come to an end in the next decade, in the 1970s. This was false. The proposition that Ehrlich put up is non-scientific. And the defence of Ehrlich's position is what Popper called an ad hoc ex post rationalisation. It hasn't occurred yet, but it will sometime in the future, if we can only wait for long enough. I just remind you in this context of a proposition put by that famous economist, Keynes. He said, in the long run, we're all dead. So the long run has a very finite space. What's going to happen in 50 years' time is no concern of mine. Secondly, I'd like to make the remark that we underestimate how change takes place, the extent of change, how it can change in a short time. Australia, like most of the world, has changed dramatically over the last 50 years. It's nothing like when I was a boy, nothing like it was 100 years ago. All this took place in a relatively short time, in a decade. We saw quite serious changes in lots of ways. And my point, I'll stop at this, is to say, don't forget that change can take place dramatically, quickly.
And probably will. I'm not going to give Michael the phone to respond. I'm going to put you two in touch with each other over morning tea.
Actually, I agree. I said in there that Ehrlich will always be right because of the way he structured his argument. And I said the time frame thing.
Time frame, okay.
He's correct.
What I'm going to suggest we do now, unless there are more questions of Heather.
We need to have the mic from the question responders because otherwise our audience hasn't got a clue. Please.
Heather, I just wondered if you had any comments on things like land care and NRM regions as your idea of bottom up in institutional development.
Thank you. Yes, of course, very valuable for contributing locally. Land care particularly is quite well funded relative to many other areas. Let me tell you, I know you're shaking your head. If you try to in the disability sector, it's very well funded comparatively. And so therefore there's some potential to move beyond that. But still their focus is on pastoral issues. I can't see what new industries could come out of land care or new people come into the area. I think it's a very valuable civil society organisation.
And dependent on government funding, which means a clear distinction between government and bottom up isn't really possible, is it? Because unless land care is fully funded by the community.
Can I just confirm?
One of the reasons it's languishing is there's not enough money being put into getting it going, right?
Can I just say, very, very, very few civil society organisations get external funding when they first start. If they grow to be huge, especially now if they're in the health field, they'll get funding. But just because they don't get government funding doesn't mean to say you can't do stuff. And Landcare does a huge amount of stuff locally, and they're well connected. So yes, very good. But you don't have to rely on government funding.
Okay, let's move on and give the people present a chance for some discussion. What I'd like to do now, we've got half an hour before morning tea, is to trace through what is business as usual going to look like if we do not adopt an aggressive approach towards climate change and the other drivers. What is business as usual going to look like in 10 years' time? And what are the drivers that are causing business as usual to continue as business as usual?
Jeff, can I make a couple of quick observations?
Ken.
The couple of quick observations, and I hope people can hear me, that I would like to make. I admire some of the idealism, but I find it very difficult to believe you're going to lure significant new industry west of the Dividing Range. I'm going to set up my new innovative industry in the Gold Coast hinterland, thank you. I'm not going to do it Cunnamulla. And I don't think you're just not going to get large numbers of people wanting to move into these areas full time. Pleasant to visit. Do I want to live there? Not really. You know, sorry to tell you that, but I think that's what you're going to find out. So that's number one. Number two is, and these are very adverse environments at times. You're sitting on top of an 8-year drought there already, and these whole areas are on-off environments that can be off for long periods of time. So we sort of talk that, you know, life goes on every day quite nicely. Well, for a lot of the time it doesn't. The place stops. You've got major periods of no rainfall. You know, I can't see there's, unless you get into Bradfield scheme type levels of discussion, how you can do significantly much about that. You know, there are real fundamental resource limits on these systems, and you really have to keep that in mind. You know, otherwise you can get incredibly idealistic about this and not deal with the fundamental hand that you know, nature's given you here. So sorry, that's a bit negative, Jeff, but I felt compelled at this early stage to say it before we get super idealistic.
Okay, well, that's a lead off, is it, to discussing what is a likely trajectory? What are we facing if we do not have a major change process put in place? Would you like to discuss around your neighbours for 5 minutes, and then we'll have a plenary discussion? That's the suggestion, a combination between table groups and general plenary. Discuss it with your neighbours, and then we'll share ideas, and this is what we go first, Des.
Okay, so long as there's a bit of discipline in it, I don't want to hear more tales of woe and misery, how things are going to go pear-shaped. Everybody that makes a prediction ought to pair it with a statement of cause. Things are going to get worse than the drivers are. Things are going to get better if we do. So otherwise we're just wasting our time. We're just layering layer on layer on layer of guilt and impotence and all the rest. So, I mean, I think the agenda today is to write the recipe for the soup, not add more ingredients to it.
Well, I think what you said is very good. It's not enough to say things are woeful, but what are the causes, what are the drivers that we have to confront? So if you're going to write a new recipe, you need to understand we need to understand? What are the drivers that we need to steer in a different direction? 5 minutes thinking, discussion with your neighbours, and then we have a plenary. Happy with that process? Get up and walk around and have some water if you like. 5 minutes to think. Yes? And then we're going to write something down. I'm just going to ask people to write on their little notepads any thoughts that they would like the writing team to capture. You don't have to do it immediately now, but at the end of the day, I'd be very happy to have 30, 40, 50 pages of notes from people as to ideas or thoughts that may not have been expressed clearly or that you would like preserved for the permanent record. I'd also like to read out some of the comments that the remote people have put that may not be easily readable by you in the back of the room. Charles has commented, referred to Ian Plowman's work on innovative towns. Ian Plowman, by the way, is an uncle of my niece. We need to encourage more interaction between town and bush, plus we tend to export our best brains. And Ian Plowman's work identified the distinction between a thriving town and a declining town as the leadership, the energy of the leadership. Ken has put up 2 key proposals at the moment for Western Queensland. Sorry, there are 2 key proposals at the moment for Western Queensland with potential for a combined 1,000 jobs. Solar industry hub and a wool processing plant. And Alan Lauder, who developed trickle-free wool, might comment on that in due course. Optimism springs eternal in the rangelands. That's an aspect of resilience. We would have given up long ago otherwise, and we refuse to lay down west of the divide. But that resilience will be tested by another long drought, I think. David Shrapnel's paper, Charles has drawn attention to David Shrapnel's paper. Farmers are a unique personality mix who can cope with isolation and tough times. We assume good ideas get adopted quickly, but look at the transformational changes in agriculture. Zero till, Brahman cattle, phosphorus, buffalo grass. Took a long time to be adopted. Ken, did you want to say something? Would any of the remote people like to add anything to that? The people at this end, sorry, David?
Yeah, Jeff, thank you. Ken and I had a chat over the phone whilst all of you were chatting in the room, and I'll let Ken go in a moment as well. But I think one of the key things is that as part of the transformation, we might even need to consider that we have just a core population of people in the rangelands, and a lot of these jobs could well go to drive in or fly out people, similar to the mining industry, the way it operates. And that creates two things to consider. One is how to actually retain the value of that economic production within the rangelands. And the second is how you equitably service the population within the rangelands when everything is currently predicated upon the resident population. So there may well be, as with tourism at the moment, 60,000 tourists come through Longreach, and yet the medical services are geared towards a resident population of 3,500, 4,000 people. How do we actually change some of those policies, for instance, to ensure there's still good services being delivered to what may be a fairly ephemeral population?
Thanks, David. Ken, did you want to add to that?
We David and I discussed some of the novel things that are being suggested. Dave was informing me of Ghana's interest in major solar facilities to produce hydrogen and things like that. But we were again thinking that's all very nice, I suppose, for Ghana Corporation, but do those dollars go exported straight out of the rangelands with little local benefit, you know? So I suppose we can see some of those new industries, but whether they benefit anything locally, I guess you'd have to work through, as well, of course, as the engineering for the proposition. I see the issues of ongoing drought, and not even the climate change here, just what we have had for the last 130 years of instrumental record, and before that, as just a real problematic limit. I'm just finding, in my mind, thinking we need to be cognizant of that all the time, that for long periods of time, this landscape will be unavailable to significant pasture production. And how do we build resilience against that? I think is a really considerable problem, I guess, by creating other sources of income somehow, or by a funds transfer from the urban society to the rangelands. But you need the social license to do that. Otherwise, I think it won't be regarded as a good idea.
Thank you. The people here are going to break for coffee. Can you please continue discussions over coffee? And after we come back in half an hour, which will be sharp, we will ask you to produce some responses on what are the drivers that are causing business as usual to motor on, and then how can we steer those drivers or replace them towards a more sustainable future? Does anyone have a target?
There's an assumption here that people are operating on business as usual. I don't think that's a fair assumption. I think people out in the bush who are already identified, are hugely innovative and they're adaptable, and that's why they're still there. So if we're talking about the people in the bush, I don't think that's a fair call. We're talking about government policy and policy makers, and perhaps that's a different question. And I'd agree that within policy heads, it probably is business as usual. And quite simply because we've got 2% of the population, they don't seem to thinking of all that much with three or four politicians in that area. So we can have this discussion after lunch, but I don't feel comfortable with you thinking that it's business as usual.
If business as usual, though, is in some quarters, like
I just wanted to acknowledge and say thanks very much for bringing that up, Andrew. That's excellent, because we really do need to understand what these terms mean to us. Not in a theoretical sense, not in a proper scientific sense, but here in this room for our discussion today, what does business as usual mean? And I think it'd be great to have a testing board up there very quickly to say, maybe I'll open up over lunch maybe. I'll put up a series of things and say, does this, in your imagination, does this mean business as usual continues or not? You know, like, and just go and put a mark maybe during lunchtime and say, yes, for me, business as usual means this, or it doesn't mean that. It'd be interesting to see a tally of that at the end of it. Maybe coffee, perhaps. Will that work, Andrew? Okay, and I'll tell you what, we'll put rows up there. And like I might put up there, do you think the stock market being around in 10 years, ASX, does that equal business as usual? Or would you say, actually, if the stock market is still there in 10 years, we've just done business as usual? Okay, so that's a testing point. Maybe we'll put a, you can add your own testing point. And say, you know, if the rangelands is dominated by cluster groups that are doing collective livestock management, would that be an indicator that we veer off of business as usual? I'll try to put a graph up there and then add your own rows and put your own votes in. How about that?
Sorry, I'll say it's fine. We'll call connect first.
You've said almost what I was going to say, so that's really helpful. But yeah, business as usual is, if you take the last 40 years and you look at the rate of progress, the rate of change, that is business as usual. So even though things are advancing, if you look at things like food productivity versus population growth, it's not good enough. If you look at decline in disposable income or real wages over the last 40 years, that's business as usual, and that isn't sustainable going into the future. If you look at political representation, if you look at media, all of these things are business as usual, and they're all heading south.
That point taken, I'd just add to this comment that COVID has created a situation where business isn't as usual. The monetary policy followed by the Commonwealth government is no longer Keynesian. It's gone into modern monetary theory and flipped the whole thing on its head. This is the sort of thing that is happening in the regions too. So we need to address the challenges in a way which government has been forced to address COVID, because they're more serious than COVID. They're just another symptom of the changes that are taking place.
Well, COVID has showed the power of government coordination, the coordinating power of government, where Australia is nearly, where 10 people getting the disease in Sydney is front page news in the newspapers. Well, that's the power of government coordination. So government can do things if it's prompted. But can we have a break and then come back with some ideas on these drivers and how we steer the drivers, or anything else you want to do? I'm just going to read out some of the comments that have come from our remote people while people are coming back to their chairs. Ken has said, if we assume pastoralism is the major industry of the future, then Hanrahan is probably right. We need to diversify based on our natural assets. Perhaps perversely, drought can be a natural asset. It can generate solar energy. Fewer than 10 cloudy days a year is a good thing. Charles has said for his area there's heaps of salty water plus heaps of solar radiation equals the ability to generate marine algae products. A question to consider from David is how many people we want to live in the rangelands. Maybe 120,000 might be enough for land and economic sustainability, plus similar numbers of visitors through tourism. And David has directed people to the latest Rangelands Journal for an open access special issue on resilient future rangelands, integrating environment and livelihood. So there is no shortage of very fine scholarship for us to draw on. What we're doing today is trying to distill that into a roadmap of some kind. What I'd like to do, I've asked Greg, I'm going to ask a few people just for an overview comment and then maybe open the floor to discussion. And I'm going to try and step back and not lead the discussion, so the discussion is between everyone, not just to me. Maybe I'll ask Terry and Greg, is there anything you'd like to say at this stage, or would you rather hold your bullets for the moment? Okay. So I'm going to ask Terry first and then Des to lead the discussion. Is that okay? Yep. No, sorry, not to lead the discussion, to put a thought on the table, and then I'll hand over the microphone to whoever wants to do it. John's exercise on what business as usual means, I think we'll leave to a little bit later. So Terry, would you like to take the microphone and speak clearly?
Thank you, Jeff. I started out by asking myself, if I could change one thing in the rangelands, what would it be? And Donald here cracked it first up this morning, his comment. And my answer to that was I would change the small water cycle. If you change the small water cycle, you will change productivity, you will change the number of people, you will change economics, you'll actually change a whole lot of other stuff. And then I thought, well, to change the small water cycle, what have we got to change? And I decided that the small water cycle is actually a function of carbon in the system. And to change then carbon itself is a function of management action. So I went through a whole series of functions, and management action is actually a function of desire. And desire is a function of goals and visions, which is often a function of paradigm shifts, which itself is usually a function of support. And then at the bottom of the pile, you've got educational knowledge. And then I looked at, for each of those functions, what interventions could you actually do? And are there interventions all the way through that set of functions? So basically, I'm saying that there's no one solution, there's no one size fits all, but if you firstly decide on what it is that you can change and would change, then you can work out what all the things are that lead to that change, which was the sort of thought process I went through. And then, so if you're looking at carbon, for example, you've got natural capital markets developing. You've got the LRF and the ERF. I, at the moment, over the last several months, receive a phone call on average of every 2 weeks from somebody with a lot of money wanting to invest in regenerative agriculture and in carbon. They're often family offices, some of them are funds. So I've got a call tomorrow, got a meeting tomorrow with a guy from the mining industry, one the day after with a guy from Singapore representing a fund that only invests in regenerative agriculture globally. So there is interest in natural capital and in purchasing and funding natural capital. For management to act, we need some policy changes. So, and this is, I think, where policy has a role. So in Western Queensland, I think one of the policy shifts that there's been in the last few years is cluster fencing and exclusion fencing, allowing sheep back into that country and being able to manage pastures. The Veg Act, I totally agree that we really need to revisit that. And you asked the question, how would you recommence that conversation? And I'll give you an idea of what you're up against. 18 months ago, I was at a impact investment conference in Melbourne, and some wealthy Melbourneite stood up and boasted about how, for very little money, he had changed the Vegetation Act in Queensland, simply through lobbying and working on green preferences for the Lab Bay. And it blew me away that this guy at a conference would stand up and boast about how a group of them in Melbourne had changed policy in Queensland without any respect or understanding of the impact on producers and landscape. So to change that, you've actually got to bring those people inside the tent. And my own organisation has been working with WWF now for about 5 or 6 years. And initially we got a lot of pushback from some of our clients. The bush saying, geez, we don't have anything to do with that mob. But we've found that it's actually been very beneficial. And that when you bring those people inside the tent, you can actually have the conversation, what do we want? Instead of this polarisation of opinions. And the questions of what you've written down there is perfect. I reckon you're right on the right track. So at that management action level, we need some policy shift is what I see. In terms of then desire, one of the outcomes of that needs to be how do we change what we do in the rangelands front? And I'm looking at this from a pastoralism point of view because that is who manages the bulk of the rangelands. And that comes down to things like changing grazing management. And people in the rangelands do adopt. They adopt things very quickly. I would say that there's been a 50 to 60% adoption rate in the last 15 years in the rangelands of Australia generally of low stress stock handling. There's something that was cheap to implement and produced immediate outcomes. And so it's adopted very quickly because the entry cost is fairly low. When I get down to goals and visions, we need personal support. And what I've seen happening, I joined the Queensland Department of Primary Industries and did extension over 50 years ago. And DPI in those days was a very strong extension organisation that had one-on-one extension officers. So they'd go out and you could help people one-on-one. That's all disappeared. But the need for that support has not disappeared. And we've just completed a fairly large-scale experiment, if you like, for the feds, where we transformed 1.3 million hectares in 4 years, but by providing support to graziers. And they need that support to gain the confidence to invest themselves. You don't need government investment into landscape and into businesses. You only need it at a catalytic level for training, education and support. After that, producers will do their own thing when they've got the confidence and understand the economics. But we need some paradigm shifts. And to achieve that, that requires a little bit of specialist sort of education. And with only 94,000 people in the rangelands, it should be fairly easy. It's not a lot of people. And if you divide that by 2 or 3 to bring that back to families, and then divide that by a bit more because there's a lot of large-scale businesses there, you might be dealing with 20,000 people. I mean, and if you were to change about 10% of those, probably 20% of those, then the rest will follow. So it's, to me, we've got to look at catalysts and where do we put some limited finance in that will catalyse a whole chain reaction, is the way I looked at it.
Thank you, Terry. Any comments, feedback on that?
Yes, if I may make a brief observation. Am I right, Jeff?
Yes, go for it, Ken.
I wonder how safe people think their carbon farming or carbon sinks are. You realise in a warmer world that soil carbon is going to burn off, and how have the carbon sinks in terms of trees fared in recent droughts? A lot of them are dead as doornails. You really think this is a good investment? I have to be cynical. This is a high risk investment, and you've got a certain amount of global warming locked in now, as Michael will advise us. So
I'm going to ask. Sorry.
It's a bit dog chasing its tail here, in my opinion. I'm not saying it's definitely not a good thing, but I think you'd want to do your numbers.
Charles, are you still with us, or are you having coffee yourself? Charles is not there at the moment. Charles reported that on a recent journey near Thallon, 100% of the eucalypts were dead. Okay, so we've moved from a stage where pastoralists want to clear trees for grass production through a stage where the trees might have more value standing than lying on the ground, to a stage where the trees might be dead.
Just to support that, yeah, that's talking about it. Thanks, Jim. I haven't been able to come along a little while after my funeral, but the giddy trees are actually dying out of Coonamulla. Now, they never died in my lifetime or father's lifetime. So, yeah, I think they are really changing out there. I think what's going to make a real positive is this tussle fencing, because I know that it's all about dingoes, but all of a sudden now the kangaroos have been controlled. And I had a friend up in Blackpool, and he built his own cluster fence around 80,000 acres, didn't worry about any government money. And just in one particular year, the increased production paid the entire cost of the fence, not the first one. And during the drought a couple of years ago, Blackpool was drought declared. He sold his property for 13 million. He had 5 rates through his property. He had so much standing fee. It was just unbelievable. It was just because he actually changed the whole system. And unfortunately, it was the kangaroos. He didn't get rid of every kangaroo. He just took it back to what it used to be pre-settlement and just left it at that. So there's just so many positives. I know one guy up at Gladstone, I think he's about the 4th generation. He can increase the long-term carrying capacity of his property by 50%. He's increased the calving rate by 30%. I'm talking about his family settled where he is now. And 2 years ago, I took out 20% of his property. He had a paddock there sitting aside, waiting to rest up the paddocks, which is how he did it. He then went and put the animals on that paddock and didn't have to sell anything when he lost 20%, remembering 50% increase in production. He had to chew the paddock that he put the extra animals on down like an Indian cricket pitch. It rained, it obviously rained over a few days, but only one rain change. And the paddock, I've got a photo, anybody who wants to see it, the paddock came back up to the handlebars of all the motorbike. Now that's what resilience looks like. And then last year, about 12 months ago from now, everybody was selling their cattle. He maintained the increased production of 50% all the way through the drought. And then you guessed it, the cattle market boomed as we came over the calendar year at the beginning of this year. And he didn't even have to sell his young reproduction. He just let them grow a bit more and made a small fortune. So there is so much positivity around, but I just don't think we're actually getting a lot of the right information out in the right context for real producers to relate to. Thanks.
Some say we'll give our Sangro people a chance to talk about lateral integration and so on, but a bit later perhaps.
Thanks, Jim. I just wanted to clarify with you, Alan, was that all about cell grazing and rotational grazing that achieved those outcomes for that producer? Is that what you're saying?
He didn't spend the cent. I'm sorry. No, he didn't spend a cent. He didn't build any cells. All he did was start to manage differently. It was a paradigm shift. He just went into the concept that it's all about the flowing carbon to the landscape, not long-term carbon or anything like that. And it just happened. But what he always did was that he actually had the resting capacity residing within his own property. Everybody says, well, look, I can't afford to rest because where am I going to put the animals? But when he got that increased pasture production, that's where he got his resting capacity from, out of his own property. And so when I made reference to that paddock he had to use after the fire, they were sitting there waiting for the next rainfall event. So all this capacity for regeneration is actually sitting within the existing structure. And he didn't build one fence to do it. Didn't change anything, but he did change his mind.
I thought you said it started with the cluster fencing.
Oh, sorry, that was a Blackpool producer. Yeah, sorry about that. I was then put across to the other person. But yeah, the cluster fencing changed the grading pressure and actually allowed him to manage his landscape. Sorry, I was telling 2 stories there together, one mistake, sorry. And then during the drought, he just had standing feet the whole time. And also, once he built up the resilience in his landscape, it then had the capacity to respond to small falls of rain. And I was up there, and I think it stopped raining in March. It was the last rainfall event of anything at all. And then in about November, he actually had colour in the base of his mitchell grass. It was so resilient, just operating off that little bit of moisture. So there's just so many positive stories, is all I'm saying, but we just need to get the positive stories out.
Des, would you like to speak to some slides, which I'll do my best to show? I've got them.
Yeah, I don't know how to describe my role here. I'm a bit of a non-participant observer, an outside therapist, I think. I've been involved in a lot of exercises like this, complicated regional planning exercises, Philippines, Indonesia, Papua New Guinea, here in Brisbane, Metropolitan Plan for Melbourne. And we, in all of those exercises, you get to a stage where all you're doing is piling woes and miseries upon problems and disappointments and so forth. And it's terribly hard to lift yourself up by the bootstraps, get beyond that, and get some momentum going again. So I'm trying to put anything I know about the rangelands aside. I've just taken my brief with what you folks have said, and nothing else, try and eliminate the rest of the world, and say, well, these folks here, they're pretty pessimistic, but they don't talk about the successes, they're fixated on the problems, and what they concentrate on is the effects, the harmful effects, the downward trends, the deleterious. And when they go to causes, it's always there, it's always deficit, failure, flaw, etc. And so you get into this self-perpetuating downward spiral. How to break it. So what I've done, as I said, well, here's what you said. What I want to do is to try and pigeonhole you all. So I've done a little chart here, I'm going to put it on YouTube, and what I've looked at is what sectors, fields were your particular interests, and what did you tell us? Some of you described the situation, some of you strategized, some of you went policies, actions. So different stages along the process. And I then loaded you all into a little bit of a chart here, and I've been brutal. I've reduced your contributions to 3-4 word labels. You can object, you can pick me up later, but I'm not going to debate them now with you. If you don't look at that, oh, a little title up there, still stepping around on the rangelands. I like that because I think we've been stepping around the problem rather than confronting it, getting at it. So we're still doing that, we're still stepping around it. Now that's just about illegible, isn't it? But down the left-hand side, I just got the sectors, economic sector, enterprise, industry, viability. I've got cross-sectoral economic environment. I've got environmental, conservation systems, social governance. So 4 fields of discourse, whatever you label you like, and across the top of those themes, are you giving us prescription? Are you giving us pathways out? Are you giving us solutions? And I've categorised you all into cells there. And then I've got the pen out and I'll try to bunch you up. And when I bunch you up, what I'm bunching you into is, let's see if it's labelled, problem clusters, underlying issues. And I got a half a dozen. Now this is not, repeat, not my alternative to business as usual. In other words, I'm not saying this is where you should aim at instead of there. What I'm saying is what you folks said was these are the areas of concern to you, and I'll bunch you together and put a label on you. I'm not going to debate the label. It's just a little device to try and help you to get underway. So I can go back to the previous one just for a minute there. So, for instance, I wish you could read that, but anyhow, let's go up the top right corner there. There's a bunch of people. Lauder is talking about carbon farming. Mother is talking about repairing the water cycle, research tree clearing, pest management practice. Somebody else down further is into soils for life, and somebody wants a 2-tier makeover of land care. I've bunched all that tribe into a tribe, and I've categorised their concern as we've degraded our research and extension capability. That's what they're whinging about. That said, what they want to do is get into this question of research and extension capability for new problems, not for old ones. So including soils, including solar, etc. So that's one other group. And I'll just pick one or two others out. Heather here, I've got to keep on her speech side, so she's a bit of an outlier. She's a one-offer. She's talking, I think, not a phrase she uses, but I would, she's talking about settlement pattern. She's saying we're dropping below thresholds for a sustainable settlement pattern. Now, a lot of things come in there. Collapse of the wool industry way back, population decline, decline of the service sector, blah, 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 blah. Can't get doctors, can't policemen, teachers and so on are there for one term. All deterioration, degrading of the service sector. So let's bunch them all up. You've got a problem there. You're drifting below a settlement pattern threshold and all sorts of complications. So I'll put Heather there in, but I do make a link with comments that some people said about failure to solve structural change in the family-owned segment of the pastoral industry. So they're a particular problem of settlement pattern. So I'll put that bunch in. And the other, I'll just gloss over very quickly, the economist, finance sector people, they worry about big theory and flaws in the finance market and flaws in the signals and so on. Can't assess it myself. It's obviously fundamental importance. So I've given them a label on what is it, mixed signals from the finance sector. Just to elaborate, we've got these conundrums which I don't understand. We've got the cost price squeeze forever downwards, but we've got a very rosy picture of long-term demand, international markets. So you've got a beautiful prospect, but a lousy current situation. In the finance area, you've got this curious situation of Canadian prudential insurance funds gobbling up warehousing land, but our bloody insurance sector is not in the game. Now, why isn't the Australian finance sector spotting these long-term opportunities before the Canadian or the Danish or whatever investment fund? So there's some confused things. The economists, some of the more adventurous ones seem to think they've got a hold on it, give them a go. And so I've said, let's have a look at mixed signals from the finance sector. But the proposal I come up with is don't have a royal commission into the finance sector. I'm hiding to nothing there. Get a project going which is a lead-in, which will get ownership from your constituency, but it'll gnaw away at those big problems. So let's try and get a partnership going between you folks and the gurus of the insurance sector in Melbourne and Sydney and say, why aren't you trialling a Kidman-style pastoral co-op? Let's get some of these bloody graduates with the backside out of their trousers and nowhere to go and get them to work together, copy Kidman, but in a co-op, a jointly owned co-op, and get those risks of operating across regions and across time down. Now, why the hell doesn't Shorten with the superannuation funds get them to do that before the Canadians? So that's a little project. You're not asking us to reform economic theory. You're putting the money makers in Melbourne and Sydney up against realities and saying, come up with a solution to this problem. So look, I've got to shut up there. I've got 6 such clusters, and I've tried to phrase them in using terminology which is sort of action-oriented. Let's mobilise for climate change. Let's get into these signals from the finance sector. Let's do structural change for the pastoral industry. Let's repair the government's deficit. So the point of the set, no one of those is the alternative to business as usual. All of them are attractive to some part of the constituency, but the sting in the tail is start in on them and you end up getting at these fundamental problems. So it's a sort of a recipe. I'm not putting more ingredients on the table, you did that. I'm trying to write a recipe for cooking up all of that. But it's not an alternative. Sign up to the alternative. Sign up for a revolutionary change. Chuck all existing theory out and let's start new. That's rubbish. We all know that. Let's hold out activities suggesting that that's possible. Come back, sign up for one or other of these that appeals to you and push it like hell, and you'll find you start to get on top of this mess. So yeah, that's my little contribution. My particular interest is what I call the government's deficit, but I won't elaborate that now. Stunned silence. Sorry to inflict you on that, but I couldn't resist.
So I think that's a very valuable contribution. No, I don't mean everyone here can hear me. I think that's a very valuable contribution to the discussion and as to where we might go. So thank you for doing all that work. It's probably not passed in the right one paper.
I should have mentioned under each of the labels, the groups I've categorised you into, the dot points are your elements of a roadmap or bits of a policy package. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm probably pretty comfortable with what Des has come up with there. But I'm still at this major roadblock in my mind. And I think Terry's wish I was as systematic in putting things down as Terry did. I think he was spot on. But I wish there was this forum of, the rangeland, the Royal Society, AgForce, NRM and anyone else as being a policy forum. And our major point of influence was around influencing policy, where we think we need policy change. And then I keep coming back with that roadblock in my mind, which Heather spoke about, and I think, and even David maybe, is how do we influence government? And if there's one paper I think we're missing, which would be great to have, is how can we influence government with 2% of the population, with 4 people or 3 people sitting in the parliaments that matter to us, and get major policy change where we need major policy change to allow those, whether they're new industries to start or whether there's existing industries to become more productive and sustainable, to build wealth into our communities. So what are those major policy things that are there at the moment that are stopping that happening, and how do we influence it? And I'm still struggling. I can't see it, and I think that's the. Is it a wicked question? I don't know. I hope not. But that's the critical question, I reckon, that we need to. I don't think we're going to address it here today, but we need to take away and have addressed is how do you influence policy with so few people.
Can I just report what I think is the best explanation of that? It was written by an American scholar of public policy, and basically he said there are 3 groups of people. There are people who are immersed in the problems. These are the practitioners who are confronted day to day with the gloom and doom and the issues that need to be resolved. There are people who are focused on solutions, and these are people in the public service and in the think tanks who are all the time thinking about what's a better way of doing things? But they can't get the oxygen most of the time. 90% of the time, no one's listening to them. And then you've got another group of people who are politically aware. These are the politicians and the media. And they're always a big ferment of activity that is not necessarily neatly directed. And occasionally you have a trigger event that links up the people with the practical problems, with the people who have the solutions in their bottom drawer or who are thinking about solutions, with the political power. And those kind of events, those trigger events, are transformative. And they often happen at budget time when the government thinks it needs a solution to some problem and the budget is an opportunity. The best example I can think of is the fellow in Tasmania who shot 30 people, and then within a week we had people with gun control solutions in their bottom drawer linked up to political power, and we had national gun laws within a week. Now, it doesn't matter whether you agree or not with the solution, it was a solution fabricated because of these trigger events. Now, the problem in our society, according to this model, is that the people who broker the interactions between the practitioners, the policy wonks and the power are weak or non-existent or underfunded. And the classic are the ABC, which does a bit of that, and CSIRO, which does a bit of it. What other brokers are there? There aren't too many. Some of the think tanks try, but a lot of the think tanks are either in the political sphere or whatever. We are trying to be brokers in this dialogue, and before the end of the day we want some instructions, I think, as to whether we continue. But I think the problem is that these three streams of activity motor along most of the time with nobody linking them up.
So Jeff,
yeah.
That's a great, I can really relate to that. And I think where we don't need government intervention, we being the collective we, landholders will respond if they're given a need to respond, how they can do it better and the means to do it better. So if we don't need government intervention, that's great. There's a lot of NRM groups, there's various like organisations like Terry's and others who can lead people through that. We're talking about where there needs to be government. So I sit back and I think, as these gentlemen, for 50, 60 years, we were banging on about trying to get a better thing for Aboriginal people. And it wasn't until that trigger point when you're seeing kids walking around sniffing petrol tins and a couple of other things, I think domestic violence, that how it finally made a decision. Well, not a good one, but at least he was engaged. So what's our trigger point? And I think the trigger point from what I've heard, and this morning particularly from David, is the 40% decline in population. To me, that's one trigger point. Another trigger point is around health. A sad statistic is for every 50 k's that you move west of Brisbane CBD, you've got a reduced chance of surviving a heart attack. Now that's a disgrace, but that's a trigger point. So I think it's those key 2 or 3 or 4 trigger points that we've got to find and build our case around, and then work out the best way to get it in front of governments. But I think you've almost got to embarrass governments through ABC, CSRO, others to get them engaged.
Jeff.
I found that, sorry, somebody online.
Yes. It's Bruce here. Look, can I support what Andrew's saying? At the end of the day, government can do anything if there's a will for it. You've only got to look at the COVID situation and what they're doing now. Many might call it almost draconian. You can't go here, you can't go there, but it's a necessity in terms of the health of the whole of the nation. And we do need that narrative. I mean, the narrative of the barrier reef was dying. And there has been money made available to address some of the issues that was impacting on the reef. whether you believe it or not, but that money was available. It became a political solution, a political decision of government. If they didn't do it, they might find themselves not sitting on the government benches. But we really do need to ask ourselves the question, and that's the question you take to government. It doesn't need to be complex. I listened to you, David. Yours was a great presentation this morning, and all of them were. But we're dealing with an issue of the sustainability of the populations in the rangelands and the sustainability of the production systems of the agricultural sector. I think we'd only have to say that we are at risk of not only depopulating the inland, but not being able to feed ourselves in Australia in 30 years' time. And government will say, well, what are we going to do? We need to have that solution and it will require money. It'll require some intervention that many won't like. But we've seen it. We've seen it with vegetation laws. We've seen it with the COVID right now. We've seen it with a number of other aspects of government policy. And I think part of our problem stems from, goes right back to post the First World War, and there's an unemployment problem the government had. They started to cut up large parts of land, masses into unviable blocks of land, which are still there. And you'll recall that Southwest strategy trying to bring some of those smaller blocks, unviable, into larger title deeds that could never be broken down again. I'm not quite sure how they're looking today. And we've got another problem around, and this is probably on the edge of the rangelands, where local government are complicit in cutting up good agricultural land into hobby farms and breaking up a title deed and losing up the productive sector in that area. So wrapping up, I think it's about the sustainability of our rangelands, the environment side of things, the ability to sustain agricultural production, and also to sustain the population. Otherwise, we'll continue to see a drift of population. And as you outlined, Andrew, the issues of health the government try to provide with money to prop up or put a plug in the dike is just going to continue to increase while ever this goes on. But there are solutions, but it requires us to have the narrative and the question we ask, what is the answer? And I think we've got to be able to ask ourselves the question and provide the answer in a very simple form. Simple form, Barrier Reef is dying. So what do we do about it? Murray-Darling Basin, the river system, not sustainable. There's a buyback of the water entitlements, but an offset into those communities that have lost water that would help those communities adjust. So there are solutions, but we need to provide both the question to government with the solution. Thanks.
Thanks, Bruce. Sorry, I'll cut you off, but we'll get Rachel will go first, and then Bruce. John.
Yeah, Bruce covered off on some things I wanted to say. I just want to thank Andrew for pointing out that he thinks this forum is about a policy forum, because that has not been clear to me. Like, there's a lot of good things a network like this can do. And if it's about influencing policy, then I'm much clearer on what the discussion needs to be around. I liked Jeff's analogy about, the different groups and how we need to connect the solutions and have a narrative around them ready to go into policy when there's an opportunity. And we know crises are great enablers of change. And if 2020 isn't a great enabler, I don't know what it's all for. But I think getting the hook for politicians is really critical. And while I have every empathy about declining land condition and public health and mental health out in the rangelands, they're not political hooks on their own. We need to find what turns those people on. And so there's things like for the reef, it was a bit more nuanced than the reef is dying. It was about the economic value of the reef and the fact that it is a national and a global icon, so people care about it a lot. and the World Heritage Committee was going to embarrass us as well. So those, plus the fact that you had a network of non-traditional partners who were advocating for the same things, had a bunch of solutions in their pockets and confidence that they could deliver. That was the trigger for Reef. So you've got some of those elements here, but not all of them. I think it's the narrative. What's the compelling narrative for politics? And if it's not about economics, you know, we know that rangelands has, you know, it's a great Australian thing, the country, the outback. There's a narrative there. So how do we turn that into a compelling narrative for voters and through voters to politicians? And maybe these discussions that have been around about different bits of the policy picture or different areas of activity that we think are valuable and important to progress, maybe the penny that dropped from me there was about saying, well, what we need is for those things to be developed into a compelling argument and a set of solutions that we can put under the nose of policymakers when the opportunities arise. And they might not all be at once. It might be, we've got 6 sets of solutions here and there's a window here, so that one gets up. So.
Thanks. John. Great.
Thanks, Rachel. I just wanted to add to that question. I just wanted to talk a little bit about AgForce and I think it's going to this exact same question. Let's talk a little bit about the Landscape Management Committee. It's a group of landholders that are about 12 strong, and that group has met about 92 times in the last 3 years with a very, very focused look at what is the obviously impetus and the suggestions they can put forward in terms of changing to their lot. And I guess it does boil down to having a clear list of priorities as to what are the political asks that are required to navigate the way forward in terms of for a sustainable outback and for sustainable rangelands and for sustainable industry. And I just want to emphasise that point and just back that up, Rachel, so that there are other groups around that are really looking at this, and they've narrowed it down through time, saying we really need to have a clear political ask. We believe that we did before the last election. So we won't sort of get into the politics of it, but and there was large support from all the parties as to what the political priorities were. And I guess we just navigate our way forward with that with this new parliament. That's in Queensland. This is at federal, state, and local levels. And it's about having a clear narrative, that clear position, and being able to take that forward. Can I just summarise a couple of those things? I think it's been really valuable, starting with Andrew's observation about this forum being aimed at policy. Policy, I'm not a policy person, I'm not a policy wonk. People use the word policy, and I think I know what they mean, but I really don't often. What does it come in a package? Does it have a label on the outside? Is it a database? Is it actionable? Is it a model? What is policy? I don't know. But for me, at least, as I've understood more and more of it, it starts to sound like it's a connection point between the laws, regulations, and stuff that we actually walk into place because we believe in something, when kind of Terry's things of vision and goals, which connects to Bruce's narratives. So we have a cultural narrative that we somehow express in many, many different ways. And policy is one of those things we say that's usually carried by government, usually carried by large organizations that have policies on things. So to the extent that this group is about producing policy, I'd say that's exactly what it's for. But of course, we're not government officials and we're not representing any organization in particular large ones. So the premise, to go back over what the premise of the Rangelands Dialogue is about, is observing the fact that most of the, certainly on the government side of things, the larger institutions like government are sort of locked in position. They can't easily move. They have to more or less support normal or business as usual. We'll make it to that at some point. That's their job, because once you have that certainty, people can plan for the future, and we all want to be able to find out what's going to happen tomorrow. Really, at the end of the day, we want to know, are our contracts going to be fulfilled? Is somebody going to pay us? Are we going to be able to meet our debts? We want to know about the future. So to the greater extent that a policy package can guarantee the future. People support that, that's normal. All right. So politicians in particular are risk averse in this sense, exactly as Bruce would know and some of the people in this room would know very well. You're not going to step out of line with what's normal. Okay. So when we look back on the performance, and despite a lot of people saying that it creates things for being optimistic, that there are great things to be optimistic about rangelands. There's great ways to manage land. These fellows over here, like they're ripped up. There's other people in the room here who know very well how to manage land, small water cycles, how to get resilience back in your country. There's lots and lots to be positive about, right? But yet we've all decided to come here on the 21st of December and talk about, can we do better? Is there a risk that we're not seeing? Are there problems that we know about that we need to somehow do something else? And politicians won't move unless we've created normal for them. So we have science in the room, we have industry in the room, we have community in the room, and from my perspective, our job is to put the hard things on the table and figure out a new normal and take that back to government and say, here, we've done the hard work. This is the normal that we're moving into. Now, make some laws and regulations to make that happen. We've got the votes behind you. So in that sense, this is like just people in the middle that have something in the bottom drawer, but instead of being a bunch of isolated wonks sitting on someplace, we're actually quite a diverse crowd from all around. And so this is an experiment. The point of this forum is to have the kind of conversation we don't usually have in our own silos and our own specializations, is to come together and talk about, can we agree on a new normal? Now, that's not going to come out in a set of codes, it's not going to come out in a database, it's not going to come out in a PowerPoint presentation or even a peer-reviewed journal. From my perspective, it's probably going to come out in the individual stories we tell each other once we leave this room. So if we can somehow mutually cooperatively shift our view of what is possible and what's normal, a few increments through this conversation, if that's possible, then as change agents, when we go out there, we're going to be expressing that new normal. If we can do it again and even better in 3 months' time, great. If we can do it again in 3 months after that, fantastic. I think that's a bit of the bottom-up change that Heather was talking about. We're actually starting at the ground level. We're doing it here amongst ourselves. It's not outside this room, it's inside the room. So I think, to answer your question, Andrew, what are we doing with this dialogue? It is eventually about policy, but I think more than anything else, it's about telling stories that create a new normal to make the policy possible, if that makes sense. That's to put Des's, to solve Des's issue. Here's the problem, and here's the precursors and conditions for it to get someplace.
Thanks. Well, just a few thoughts on the government side of it. What I'm about to say applies to any large institution that's got any influence of any kind, really. It seems to me there's two major roles for governments and heads of the churches or whatever. One is they provide a framework within which we operate, which John just spoke to a bit. That's the laws and so on, regulations, the way they're administered and all of that. All of us can seek to influence all of those all the time, because you can chip away at those things at whatever level and through whatever means. The other thing they do is provide leadership. When I was working in government, one of the ways that astounded me, Bruce can comment on this, I guess, is that some ministers didn't seem to understand the dramatic impact of what they said. So if they expressed leadership about something in some positive way, you would find a whole lot of people start to act consistently with that without much else happening. The other thing about politicians, and again I'd say this applies in other institutions, it's best to understand what they think their priorities are. You know, in other words, this description of what their normal is. At any given time, and my experience is more to do with the Commonwealth level politics than state, but the interface of ministers and people like that are immense. Huge number of things to deal with all the time, all sorts of stuff rattling around. This was true long before people talk about 24-hour media cycles and so on. So you do need to try and get a grip on what, at any given time, they think matters. Now, if COVID is everything, you're not going to get attention about schools in Burke or something. That's all.
Thanks, Jeff. That's the microphone so close. I was just thinking about trigger points and some things that have been said over here. And, you know, I'm probably very naive, being a relative newcomer to some of these debates, but I feel there's some really value, and there are some really optimistic trigger points out there as well, like all the work that Terry is doing in you know, soil health, regenerative agriculture. There's some really good stories. And I was listening to a land care Zoom seminar just the other day, and there was a really good presentation from someone from the soil health advocate or whatever it is, the national one. And she said, we're poised about to have our land care moment for soil health at the moment. So I think there's some really positive trigger points out there, and there is a willingness to take up some good news stories.
The modelling suggests that the Asian Australian monsoon will strengthen, and the modelling all falls apart beyond 2 degrees or so. What you might be looking at in the future is a completely different climate. It's like you've just moved to Indonesia, but without the fertile soil. And everything that you're wanting to preserve, sustain, has just been thrown out the window. So you've been thrown a climate COVID. If you want some kind of statement to take to government, which is being emulated all around the world, is why not say, here in the rangelands, we declare that we are going to do 0 emissions by X date. This is our commitment, our statement. If you don't do that, it's quite obvious that this government, and probably its replacement government, is not going to do this for us because they seem to have a commitment to coal or gas or any number of other things that they really should have stopped 20 years ago. So if you take that radical stand, let's say we had, this table was full of children, well, young adults who are in year 12. What would they be saying to do? Well, I'm pretty sure, because I teach kids at primary school, and I'm pretty sure that they would all be saying, stop digging up bloody coal. Doesn't provide enough jobs, doesn't provide enough money. Just stop and say, in the rangelands, this is what we declare. So what will happen then is the government will be in an uproar. How dare you say such a thing? All of a sudden, you've got a whole load of media focus. Won't be very good from Rupert Murdoch, of course, but you're starting to push the ball.
This is Paul, just about to throw you into the discussion. The story that really got me in the book was on page 131, and I'll just read one part of the sentence. We do not understand well enough the people we are wanting to influence. And we've been talking about policy, we've been talking about all the things, but the positive story that I just talked about before about the increased production, it was about engaging people. And I think one of the major problems we've had for a long time is reduction of science. A rural producer manages everything. It's a big picture. And so if we're going to engage the rural producer, they've got to actually understand their systems in entirety. And quite often people will say, well, you know, I'm at Cunnamulla or I'm up at Burtown or whatever. But all the principles are the same, it's just the circumstances change. And it's, and I quote one story about getting back to the basics. I don't think we've ever got back to the basics enough to engage rural producers, because if we can communicate with them, they've got to be able to relate to all this information in terms of how they actually run their operations. You've got to understand the cattle, you've got to understand the landscape, the methane debate, they're all the same thing once you start to understand the entire landscape. And I remember once I was up in the Blackpool News Agency, and I got talking to this woman, and I think she got skilled in about grade 6, but she had a higher intelligence than this whole room combined. And to explain the idea of basics, she looked at me, she said, you know what, those diving programs are silly, are just a total load of crap, but she used another word. She said, all you've got to do is keep your mouth shut and move. And so I really believe that a lot of extension has not actually brought the debate down to the raw basics, because people don't want a great almighty story. They just want to get back to the basics, to understand what they're doing, and then apply it to their own paddock. But I'll just hand over to Paul. I'm sorry, Paul, because you really have nailed something that's very important.
Right. Thanks very much, Helen. I guess what you're referring to is the fact that land managers manage the country for a while. My experience of the land managers is we reach about 70% of them with their extension, all the good techniques. It includes AgPaws, it includes us, it includes everyone. So unless we begin to understand what's important to them, no matter what we pontificate, it doesn't even matter what a government's saying. They ignore government's bringing. So my experience teaches me there's a couple of things we can do. And Terry Lord just started this in running around some of our region. I can't speak for other places. But in our region, there is a desire to learn how to do something. It's there, it's real. People know what they've been doing for the last 20 to 40 years is not working. So that's the first thing. To do that without putting it in context of what's important to those people is just done, but that's what we keep doing. So that was the first. Second thing is, you know, I can talk for our region. Over the last 20 years, annualised rainfall's dropped 40%. It's not an opinion, it's just a fact. That results in 60% less inflows. So I have a rather large irrigation industry in our region that is in for a really rough crop going in the future, and it's inescapable. So I like to thought about it. Let's put the challenge out there. My experience of the people in the region that I work through is that they probably have a go. Just tell me what to do next. Is all they want to know. So yeah, I hope that does what you wanted, Alan.
Yeah, just get back to the basics, and like you said, we've just got to be able to communicate. There's 20% that will always go out to get information. They do. There's those other ones that don't. And quite often, I've heard people say, "Oh, it's changed in frightened people," which it is. A lot of producers are frightened of change. Well, that applies to the whole of this whole extension debate. MLA, Ag, Force, the government, and a lot of the producers are all frightened of change. So I'm saying it's a big picture problem we've got here. We have to actually address the big picture, not just the producers, not just Ag, Force, not just MLA. It's a human thing.
I just wanted to back up a little bit. Two sort of things that I want to think about is, have we got the narrative nailed down, and critical mass? Now, in terms of the narrative, we certainly know a lot of bits, and that was quite apparent in putting this together, is that we knew a lot about bits, but I'm just wondering whether we've got a broad enough indice or metric or whatever you want to call it to be able to say to government, and this is across disciplines. For example, this is what's happening to industry, this is what's happening to biodiversity. We're talking about not an example here and an example there, but something that can cause them to pause. With the Barrier Reef, for example, it was the entire reef. It wasn't parts of it that were concerned. So the question is that if we don't know if we can't present an argument which says this is what's happening to the entire rangelands of Queensland, I'm just wondering whether we're going to gain traction. Having done that, how do we build critical mass? I think
if all of this ends up in a recommendation going to a politician or influencing a department or something, that, and the response is, okay, we'll form a committee or we'll do this or we'll do that, we don't stand a ghost of having enough critical mass to in fact be doing the detailed work and the advocacy required. It's really going to be a big exercise which in the end won't survive. And to my mind, that sort of, and Heather talks about the lack of institutional structure, Des talks about the lack of governance. I think that they're all parts of what I'm trying to think around is what is it that we want that will have enough critical mass to be able to take this issue forward, irrespective of what a particular government of the day may think, that it's isolated enough, it's strong enough to be able to create the new management regime for rangelands.
Just from my point of view, when I really agree with what Paul and Alan and Terry touched on, when John invited me to come along to this Rangelands Day, I had a bit of a think about what the importance and where I think there's an issue with the sustainability and how I think that going forward in the region where I live, so I live 150 kilometres south of Normanton, up in the Gulf. For me, one of the biggest factors there is probably land degradation and pastures. And I talk to producers every day, and it is a common knowledge. Everyone is aware of it. They just don't have the tools in front of them to be able to combat it at the moment. I think we've got an attitude where we think the more cattle we run, the more profitable that business is, and that's not true at all. And I think with some of the trials and programs that are going on, especially around Charters Towers and the research into different stocking rates, we see that there is actual benefit in decreasing those stocking rates, and then also having an increase in kilograms per hectare, therefore making the business more profitable. And with running less cattle, we restore the land, get better infiltration rates, less degradation and woody weeds, also the infrastructure improvements, and Brent will probably touch on the infrastructure side of it. And by running less cattle, we can actually lift body condition scores and carcass weights and weaning percentages and be more profitable and be more resilient when we're going through a below average rainfall event or drought, and it gives us a few more levers to pull, which at the moment, with high stocking rates and land degradation, as soon as you're below average rainfall, with everyone geared the way they are, there's very limited levers to pull, and like Alan touched on, everyone's in the same boat, and we see a flush into the market and a drop in prices, and if we can combat that, that helps with the sustainability, and it helps with the profitability, which then helps the communities with the producers spending more money in the local region and town, and giving people an opportunity to start businesses in that area, and that helps drag more people into the area. Going forward, myself, I don't think we'll see an increase in labour on stations. Labour is the #1 expense when running a property, and with the technology and involvement in infrastructure, pastoralists are trying to bring that labour unit down. So the biggest way to draw people in those areas is either with the mining or increasing businesses in that town to service the properties. I think the big letdown there, producers are used to spending a lot of money and taking a lot of risks. That's what they do every day. And by trying to put some of this data in front of them to show them that it is profitable and efficient to run less numbers, and show them that in 50 years' time, if we keep going at the same stocking rates we're going at the moment, they'll probably be running half of the cattle I've got at the moment, and it's a slippery slope, and it'll keep going spiralling downwards. And if we can put some of these trials and a bit of information in front of them, I've got no hesitation that the producers will pick it up themselves and they'll run with it. And that's how we'll see a great big change there. It comes down to teaching and showing these producers that there is another option and how to roll that out. And if it's profitable for the business, they'll do it hands down, and they'll spend a lot of money to make sure they implement it properly. And with that, then once we see that land degradation slow down and slowly establish, and we see those carcass waste increase, wean production increase, mortality decrease, supplement costs decrease, it's all a positive flow-on effect. And I think by starting there and showing these producers what tools there are out there and it actually works, it's not just theory, it actually works and it's practical, they'll run with that with both hands, and the change from the top will be very minimal. They'll do it by themselves. And I'll just pass on to Brent to have a chat about probably infrastructure and a few different other things.
Thanks, Paul. So I suppose some of the on-ground challenges for us at the moment are vegetation management, native title and tenure across the board. Just trying to reduce degradation, woody weed picking and control of noxious weeds. Part of that is also trying, as Will touched on, trying to be more sustainable, regenerative, decrease the number of head, increase our kilos of dry matter, and be more profitable overall with kilos turned off. By doing that, we're trying to produce a better ecosystem, sequence a bit of carbon, and be more biodiversity all the way around. And that'll drive profitability in the kilos turned off and increase kilos of grass available, kilos of dry matter. One of the biggest things is probably a paradigm shift in between generations now, changing grazing management practices, working on things like that. I suppose we really need some young people and some catalysts to really plant the seed to get things evolving. As Terry touched on before, if we get 20% of those people across the line, I think they start to be driven by the profitability of what's happening next door, and really start to see a shift in the whole management system of the rangelands, and it will be a lot profitable. Socially sustainable, whether it be in the media, political sector, or policy changes. I think that'll be another big sector moving forward. So, thank you.
Thanks, Bryn. Will, can I just press you? You said that the landholders you're talking about are concerned about degradation, but they don't have the tools. By the tools you're referring to information, I think, can I just press you on what tools mean? Because you said that if they know what to do and they've got some role models, they'll find the money. So is that, can you just elaborate what the tools are that are missing?
Yeah, so it's common knowledge, and Brian Freddie can see when you go and drive into a water point, especially in Northern Australia where Brent and I live, visually you can see the land degradation around water points. It's an obvious issue. Everyone's talking about it, and everyone wants to be more profitable. Like I touched on, is people see it still as a numbers game, and it's not a per head numbers game. And I think if we can show them some of these trials and the research that's been done that's actually practical, and there's plenty of data out there, and Terry would have a lot more knowledge in that area than what I do. But if we can show the producers that it's actually viable with increasing kilograms turned off, or forecasting if they keep running those numbers and increasing the land degradation where that business will end up in 50 years, they'll make that move. I think as producers like to visually see it and have it proven to work. They're running a lot of the private business up there are running multi-million dollar businesses, let alone with their assets. So they will make that change. They just need to see that it will actually work and have someone sitting down with them and model it for them and give them the tools to start going down that pathway. I think just by saying we've got land degradation, you need to stop that. They see that as a hit on their profitability, and they're running a business. No one's going to jump into that and grab that with two hands. So we need to be able to give them the tools to show them that the spin-offs with reducing numbers and looking after the land more is more profitable than if they keep going down the same track they're going at the moment.
Okay, now we can't ask Stanbroke to take on the role of farm advisor or farm demonstrator for the whole of northern Queensland, and so who is going to do that? If we just go back to the old farm advisory model, we probably have to improve on what has been traditional DPI extension. So who's going to fund that demonstration?
So I'd say slap bang in a governance deficit. What you've got is you've got a failure, a breakdown of the capacity, the capability to mediate relationships between actors. So there's people with views, technical views and virtuous views about proper land management, and there's people that have done it for years and years on the production side. The mediators in the middle should be there. They should be public sector agencies with a long time frame and a big spread across jurisdictions should be there brokering, mediating the relationship. Part of that, conflict resolution, part of it, research and extension. Now, we've systematically undone that capacity. So, absolutely, let's get the best method. You know, God Almighty, down at Berkeley, they produced a beautiful set of best management practices for Western New South Wales. Terrific stuff, a terrific crackerjack bunch of people in town, and then what they do? Shut it down.
So that's right.
Yeah, but so it's not a government deficit, it's a governance deficit. We are the governance, we. Government is the instrument, that's the vector, we push it around. So it's a governance deficit. So there's two sides to this. There's got to be a regulatory sting in the tail if there's going to be a public interest mediated over a long time. There's got to be a capacity to think long term, think innovatively and get that out. So there's two sides. We all like the second bit, we all hate the first bit. Oh, tough, grow up. That's what the world's about. So we've got a governance deficit, and if I just have a little bit more, I think that it goes back to we don't really trust each other. I think there's a fundamental mistrust still between greenies, shoot the bastards, and hard-neck, redneck, bloody graziers. We've got these stereotypes which sit across the road and interfere with communications. And the ones that should be brokering a bit of a peace between the two, we've systematically got rid of. So if you've got rid of the solution and you simply refuse to acknowledge and deal with not your adversaries, not your rivals, your colleagues, you're not going to get anywhere. So it's a governance. If we make peace amongst each other and agree there's got to be both regulatory and affirmative action, then we go along to government and get the systems we want.
I'm just going to pause for a moment and talk to the people who are remote. There's a large conversation going on in the right-hand column. Peter, I'm going to ask how we can store that later. I think if we just stop this Zoom meeting at the end of the day, it will vanish.
The whole Zoom is recorded.
Okay, all right. But can I read out a couple of these comments now that you won't be able to read in the back of the room? David has written, Balonne Shire has 55% of the land within exclusion fencing. Aha. And most of it privately funded. Aha. And what are you there still, David? Are you there, David?
Yes, I am, Jeff.
Can you answer whether that exclusion fencing is one property by one property, or is it clusters, or both?
The publicly supported funding is all clusters, whereas the privately funded fencing will primarily be boundaries of individual properties.
Good. Cluster fencing sounds to me a bit like what Michael referred previously as socialism, collective solution to a common problem. Okay, I'm going to pass on before we start an argument. Sheep numbers have increased by about 300,000 in Queensland in the past 3 years. Drought is yet to break. and numbers will increase further once it does. Exclusion fencing is enabling pasture rest, wet season spilling where it has not been possible due to uncontrolled total grazing pressure, which is kangaroos, I suppose, and goats and stuff. If there's a whiteboard, can somebody take a photo and share via Zoom? You won't understand Peter Dart's writing, so we won't even try to do that at the moment, but yes, we will do it subsequently, David. Rangelands regional development includes stopping the leakage, that is retaining more value within the outback for local investors, towns and communities, even if it doesn't increase production efficiency. I'm talking instead of you. Do you want to continue your comment, or financial signals are to generate and retain more wealth within the region where the production originates? Policies influenced through proactive energy and presenting solutions that provide benefits beyond the local area. Sorry, Bruce, have we been ignoring you?
I'm here.
Okay. The outback is reducing the risk of shutdown during COVID. People are moving out here to work from out here to spread the risk of business interruption. Telstra is setting up a call centre in Longreach. I thought, okay, we'll keep going. Health and jobs are the key focal points for now and the next couple of years. A national problem is ongoing interruption to business. Rangeland towns offer a potential solution through reduced risk transmission, dispersing business critical groups through teleworking instead of all sharing cramped conditions in the urban. And John, with respect, this group does not represent the definition of bottom-up. That will require the majority of participants to be rangelands residents or people in the suburbs who care for the rangelands. The bottom-up includes the plebs. Absolutely a role for this group in the process of change, but don't confuse it with bottom-up. David, young adults cite climate change as their top issue, not COVID. Michael is right. They are saying stop burning coal for electricity. David, look, I'm speaking on your behalf. Do you want to make your... There's another comment there. Do I keep going or do you want to speak?
Oh, Jeff, yeah, I will. Just a little bit of context to those comments that I was typing through as the discussion was progressing. But I think just to pick up on the on landholder points that agriculture is seeking to reduce labour, well, that's the history of agriculture. Labour has either been costly or perhaps unreliable, and technology is going to continue to play a role in reducing on-farm employment, which to me means we need support, for instance, for agricultural technology-related businesses to be based in our towns, little places like Julia Creek, so that they can actually scoot up the road to service the technologies that might be installed on properties like Dalganally, for instance, or making the use of the new drone facility at Cloncurry with an eye on expanding how drones can be used in a rural landscape and on properties in benefiting agricultural production. And I did, I'll put a, even though I'm here as a private citizen, I will put on my Department of Ag and Fisheries cap just for a moment, just to give a plug. But when you really focus on, in terms of extension effort, when you really focus on what it is that industry is seeking to change, with the caveat that it also needs to meet government goals if it's government funded, then you can achieve quite decent practice change. There's been plenty of discussion, I think, there around the willingness and desire for change across the rangelands. It's there, and often the nudge is just to support that change that people want to put in place in the first place. Yeah, so it's, you know, it's certainly possible. There's been lots of bemoaning over the last probably 20 years of low adoption rates, for instance, but one particular project across Western Queensland is achieving 45 to 50% practice change at the moment. So you can do it. I guess that's some words of encouragement. The change is possible. It just needs to be correctly, the effort to support that change just needs to be correctly directed.
Very good. Lunch will not be long away, and I'd like some instructions on what we do next. I could throw up a couple of things to discuss over lunch and come back. And
I just ask David.
Sorry.
David, it was a really interesting statistic, 45% practice change by working with landholders. I suppose my question is, how much of that practice change is a result of government?
Sorry?
How much of that practice change is a result of something that government has done?
Oh, right, all of it. So that's the way we are evaluating that particular project. That is only, well, I'll put in inverted commas, only the change as a result of attending a particular event or engaging with staff, extension staff. But my caveat is that, of course, none of us, rural landholders included, obtain our source of information from a single, you know, from a single place. Every decision is a result of, you know, information coming in from multiple sources, from encouragement from multiple sources. So I don't think we should discount that as a factor at all.
So what you've demonstrated there is that by influencing government to support that program, you are actually driving practice change.
Yes, yes, and Andrew, probably to back that up, this particular Grazing Futures project did originate from Western Queensland. So it was funneled up through the usual government channels to say that, hey, there's a problem here. The problem is reduced productivity, wheels starting to wobble a little bit around resilience in Western Queensland, and we really need to reinvest some extension effort to support industry to improve their drought preparedness and to enhance their resilience. So it can be done, and maybe take a little bit of heart, everyone in the room there, that behind the scenes there can also be movement, I guess, and positive reinvestment from government. It may not be as large as we would desire at this stage, but at least there's been some movement in the right direction.
Okay, Donald.
David, what are the changes that come about from that?
Yep, Donald, thank you. A huge range of changes. It could be everything from adjusting the supplementation program, which might be saving money within the business, hence freeing funds up for reinvestment in other aspects of the business. Although it could be a supplementation program that actually costs more, but increases reproduction rates within the herd or the flock, and hence generates greater income and greater efficiencies. Right through to changes in terms of people implementing wet season spelling, for instance. Right across the board. One of the really different things that we did as a Department of Agriculture was in this program bring groups like the Royal Flying Doctor Service on board straight away to also openly discuss mental well-being, for instance. From our point of view, we could see that people just aren't able to make the best decisions for themselves or their family or their properties if they're continuously under the pump, continuously challenged and just not feeling healthy and well. So we also wanted to bring on board mental health experts, for instance, and guide us as to how we could have conversations with people that would reassure them, for instance, that they're not alone in what they might be dealing with severe and extended drought conditions, and helping to guide them back towards just feeling healthier and more positive. We can't make it rain, but we can help people's responses to that rain, or lack thereof, unfortunately.
Thanks, David. The people in Brisbane are going to break for some lunch, so we'll free up the people out in the bush to go and have some lunch too.
Bruce would like a word. Jeff, please.
Yeah, just one word, sorry, and following on from you, David, can I say one of the positives of a government investment, in a sense, and private investment, what you'd call cluster fencing, pasture management fencing or whatever. It has increased productivity for those that were just being worn down by the predation of dogs. They now, and when they do get a storm, in the past, the roos would just come through and wipe it all out. They're feeling far more in charge of their own destiny in a way with that investment in the pasture management fence. I see them also as quarantine zones, and that's another story for another day, which I think we must be able to use them as quarantine zones to deal with predation and the impact it's having on the native fauna, including eradication of feral pigs. But that's a government investment. It really came from the grassroots, I can put it that way. People around Morven, and then it flowed through to Blackwall, Barcaldine, and the debate was had at a local level. But now they feel much more in charge of their own destiny, and it's producing increased productivity. And I think the next step is, what is the next step? And there is one. Anyway, I'll leave it at that. I just think that has really shows that where government will listen to what producers see as part of a solution to a problem, a challenge, and they got money and invested some of their own as well. It's a great story.
We will press you, Bruce, on what the next step might be. Perhaps we might do that after lunch and give you a platform if you'd like. But the cluster fencing thing needs to be explored very quickly, Michael.
Just a quick note on that mental health. All the research suggests that communities work better than isolated groups, especially in rural areas. The higher the competition, the higher the stress you put people under, the lower their intelligence and the worse their decisions become. Therefore, you may want to consider that a highly competitive model and future and individualism versus collective action doesn't result in the best outcomes. And that's in the psychology literature.
Could I make a final comment? Jeff, I'd just like to follow up on one of your remarks. There is a group, a very important group, which is not here today, not involved in this discussion. This is in general terms, people of Queensland who have a concern about how state assets are managed. The responsibility of government is to manage state assets for the benefit of the people of Queensland. Two examples where governments, all political persuasions over long periods of time have failed. Not only failed, but failed dramatically and failed without apology. The first one is in mining, where the economic rents, as economists call them, are captured not by the people of Queensland, but by foreign mining groups. If you look at the amount that is received from the use of our coal, the amounts in the state budget are derisory. you get as much money from that as you do from motor vehicle registration. Even less, even a small amount is obtained from the rent of pastoral leases. Pastoral leases in Queensland account for a very large percentage of the surplus. They average out, I think, at something like 0.4% of a square kilometre. Somewhere about that, we can look up the exact figures. So, now I think why that has happened, why the pastoral lease rents are so low, is because it was tried a long time ago to increase them. And as a result, the government has tried that, suffered a humiliating defeat. And I don't think any government since has wanted to pick this one up again. The solution to all this is that instead of, as governments do now, when they allocate sort of loan lease or paths for these, the best they do is to have a beauty contest. People who want to come up and say, we're very nice people, we'll do all of these things, because they don't, of course. The solution is simply to auction these with a fully specified contract in an ascending bid auction. Thank you very much.
Okay, I will need to stop this discussion. There's a couple of things we need to fill out the month. Clusters and governance. We do have a proposal on the table in the declaration for rangelands consulting. We haven't put that as a headline issue because we don't want to think that this is all about internal navel gazing and establishing more bureaucracy. But if there's a common thing that there's a government shortfall, then there are techniques that we can adopt to overcome that. Donald has a paper on the development of the Longreach Pastoral College. There's a one-pager over there. We might give you a moment or two to speak to that later after lunch. We need to discuss what we're going to do with the Land Restoration Fund. There's 500 million there, of which 400 is sitting there idle, and we need to discuss that. We need to discuss what we're going to do about data and knowledge. And also, I'd like to have some discussion after lunch on what we actually do with this narrative, with this forum, whether we continue, and if so, who's going to fund it. So, are you happy now to break for lunch? 3/4 of an hour for lunch and 15 minutes discussion after lunch to prepare for.
Your last point is related to the governance issue, which I'd suggest is a really global thing, rather than the other things that you're talking about. I think the governance of this issue is where we should be thinking in future, rather than the details of clusters and so on.
Well, that'll be fine. I'd hate us to say, I wouldn't like us to have only a recommendation at the end of today that we form another committee, a Rangelands Consultative Committee, and kick all these problems onto that. Maybe we establish a Rangelands Consultative Council, but we do need to have some kind of roadmap to give them to advance. Yes? And we're making some progress to that end. I've been leaving the president aside. Anything you'd like to say now, Ross, or maybe after lunch? Can we break for lunch, please? Just make a suggestion as to how we organise the next session. We have a presentation by John and a last-minute presentation by me, which I think very coincidentally parallels what Terry put forward before. There'll be 5 minutes each. But I've identified from the discussions about 5 questions that we need to work through. What do we do with vegetation management, carbon farming, distinction between carbon stocks and flows, and the prospect that all of those contracted carbon stocks might die, and which will throw the carbon market into a disruption. What do we do about the loss of information data gathering capacity. Are we really prepared for massive climate change, really disruptive climate change? A lot of the solutions about improved management are still assuming that we'll be able to carry on pastoralism in some of these areas. I travelled through along the Darling River last year, and I saw hundreds and hundreds of kilometres of absolute desert. You know, it may have picked up a bit, and a lot of that country, as you know, picks up a bit after a few inches of rain, but it was 3 parts desertification. Dana is an advocate for the International Year of Rangelands and Pastoralism. We might give you a chance to talk about that if we get a moment. 2 minutes. What are we going to do about cluster groups and whether the era of the individual farmer battling valiantly by themselves is over, and whether we need to look at corporates and corporates with big investors behind them, and or cluster groups that are several landholders pooling their knowledge. Need some guidance on that. A comment was made to me over lunch that NRM and Landcare have not yet been meshed adequately, and that we need to give put some more horsepower into NRM and Landcare as an alternative to socialising or clusters or corporatising agriculture, that stronger Landcare groups would serve the purpose of collecting knowledge and so on. So we might give Jeff and Andrew a chance to talk about that. And the final one is the governance, whether there is a need for a Rangelands Consultative Council or some other body that will carry this consultation and advocacy forward and do such things as convene a forum of 17-year-olds or 16-year-olds who will be voting next time. But if we do that, who's going to fund it? So there'll be questions that I think we might come to later in the day. And would the people remotely or anyone else like to comment on those procedural suggestions? Donald, would you like to just spend a minute talking about the Longreach Pastoral College and your aspirations?
Yeah, we've got about 42,000 acres out at Longreach that was part of the old Longreach Pastoral College, and the campus is in mothballs at the moment. There's a great opportunity there, I see, if it could be repurposed with a real regenerative organic focus. And it, it's got a lot of potential for research, education, from certificate level through to diploma level. We've talked a little bit with Lorraine Gordon from Lismore, where they've come up with the first regenerative degree in the world. And, it's talked about the potential of a regenerative diploma for Longreach. Yeah, I've got a pretty big picture in my head about it, but we haven't made a real lot of progress at this stage. We're still waiting for the state government to come up with funds for RAPID to carry on and repurpose that facility, I think.
Would anyone like to comment on that, whether we should give some support to that?
Well, if we're talking about, my mistake. Here's me. Yeah. If we're talking about the RD&E build-up again, then something like your Longreach development is really interesting. It's really part of the process, I would have thought. And it would be good to get it over the line, but then you've got to get enough students to make it partly viable. And I've never been into the reason why these colleges, the old colleges, collapsed. Was it government imperative that they collapsed, or was it lack of interest from the rural population?
There was a whole lot of reasons why they got into trouble, but I think one of the main reasons behind it was they went down the TAFE track instead of the education track. They dumbed it down to just skills. When the college was first set up, there were sheep and cattle and dairy cattle and chooks and pigs and veggie garden, and it's a very, very holistic thing. And the idea was that it turned out people with education to take on management roles down the track when they get enough experience under their belt, sort of thing. But it really lost its way, and bit by bit, they chipped off all the different holistic sides to it. And like when it first started up, it would have been best practice, it would have been best, the best science of the day. But it just didn't keep up. And I think, some of the best science that's around today in our country is relevant to drought resistance and resilience is the stuff that Terry McCosker talks about, and Charles Massey and those people. There's a hell of a lot of new science, biology and that sort of stuff it's just not taught anywhere, and it's just a golden opportunity now to set it up and do that research and expansion out there.
Indeed. I think the comment that struck me in the last couple of days is that James Roos High School has topped New South Wales academic output for the last several years, and the reasoning is that they've done just what you said. They've got chooks and they've got vegetable gardens, and these, if you're going to be a financial manager, you remember that, because that's what it's your base that you've picked up from. And that's the very point you're making.
Yeah, and the other thing is, Lorraine Gordon's come up with this degree in regeneration. First in the world, and that has hit a chord. They've been swamped with students, and we've got to come up with something that excites the next generation of possible land managers.
Very good. We'll come back to that in the final word. John, would you like to take the floor and give us 5 minutes? Sure. Have you got one of these things here?
I think you should be up online. So,
presentation.
Yes. Okay. Look, thanks, Jeff. Look, I want to start with this one real quick. This is a little drawing I did of Terry's piece. I just want to say we haven't asked a lot of questions of each other. One of the great things about being together is being able to ask questions and fish out what's in other people's heads, and we all gain from that. So there's a few people who have been asking questions, but fire away. And please stop me when I tickle your fancy or misstep or pull me up here someplace. John, I'm Stanford. I'm definitely going to say things that aren't scientific. Good on you. Terry's piece this morning I found triggered my imagination. He started with a small water cycle, and so that's the core of everything. So primary production, like you take it from a thermodynamic point of view, you've got sunlight striking the surface of the earth, and then life happens, right? So, and it needs water. So you've got the small water cycle that depends on carbon cycling, that depends on management practice, and that depends on people's vision for how they relate to land. There's a very simple little arc there that was beautifully illustrated by Terry. I would say that actually constitutes half the cycle, because this is all within the individual's conceptualization. In other words, much of what we've talked about today so far, you could easily just sit down with a paper and say, yep, I understand that, especially you guys who've already got the background in it. So we know how to do this piece of it, and it becomes even easier when we have supporting processes. So and Terry picked off a number of things that we could use to help support an individual refine their vision to do better practice change, to do better carbon, to produce better water cycling, right? So that all makes sense. The thing is, we don't exist as individuals. None of us are individuals. We don't exist as individuals, right? You don't find an individual person. They all always come in clumps. So The other piece of the picture is, how is it that we manage to be so dumb when we get together? Right? Individually, we're very smart, but by the time you get us all organized into a democratic society or socialist society, whatever it is, we manage to come up with some very, very basic kind of primitive ideas. Anyway, so I put a question mark there to say, if anybody has some ideas about what is this half of the cycle that informs the narratives and the visions that are possible for this individual, that might be interesting to help map that out. Okay? Business as usual. As usual, great idea, nobody participated. Right? So how many things up there? Nobody had a new row?
Now that's my fault, I turned the board around, so.
So there's for our guests. Okay, so we're going to do a quick table session right now. The thing here is to give you maximum, and nobody has to be constrained. So to do maximum flexibility, you can pick a year, right? 5 years, 10 years, by 2050. You can put a weight on it. You just put a tick mark on it. And you can actually add new rows. The idea is testing business as usual. What do we mean by that? Great question. We're tossing it around as if it's a normative idea. We kind of have a feel for it, intuitive. We don't really know what it means, especially as a group. We haven't agreed on it. So if we're going to leave here with some kind of declaration and it's anchored to a concept called business as usual, we probably should talk about it and at least talk about it a bit more. So one, economic growth is a widely accepted proxy for a good society. Right. That's how things are currently. That's the current attribute of business as usual. You want to measure how you're doing in any polite conversation, any political conversation, you better start talking about economic growth and prosperity. You better do that. Okay? So, Andrew, does that need to change within 5 years, 10 years, 2030? I'm going to put a mark on the board. Oh, you like it? You like it? You're going to keep it? Yeah, but keep it. Doesn't need to change.
No, 5 years.
5 years.
10 years, right?
It has to change in 10 years. Is it really important to change or not really that important? It's a 2. Yeah. Okay, that's all you get. Next. Economic growth. Does it need to change?
Yes.
Okay. Really important to change that as a measure of a successful society? And how urgent is it?
I think it's going to have to be put into context. Otherwise, you could well lose people after the first one.
This is your opinion.
Yes.
We're talking about the stories that we're going to tell individually when we leave this room. If somebody says, how's GDP going? Are you going to say, you know, I'm tired of talking about GDP because it doesn't measure the right things? Or are you going to start telling that story now, 5 years from now, or by 2050, if we're all still here?
You better put a 0 up there.
A 0. Don't change it.
And you're 1 to 5. You're going to ask that question.
Done. You? What's a good society? We talk about it. Business as usual currently is economic growth is widely accepted as a proxy.
Yeah, I don't think that I think it needs to change immediately.
Immediately.
Yeah.
Very important?
Yes.
Fine. Okay, good. Who's next? Rachel? Oh, Peter, sorry, fine, right now. Right now?
I'm done.
You were done? Cool, next.
I'll go 5 and 10.
5 and 10.
I don't mind growth as long as you take the materials down.
Okay, so economic growth without
Dematerialization.
Okay. And how soon?
Oh, tomorrow.
Okay, dematerialization. Thanks, Ed. All right, next.
Yeah, same for me within 5 years.
5 years, all right. We all want something different to talk about what society is than GDP.
Yeah, within 5 years, please.
Nice. You guys are great. It's a bunch of radicals. Now they take
The same qualification as Des made, economic growth. You also mentioned GDP.
Yep.
GDP is used as a surrogate for
Yes.
economic well-being,
That's right.
societal well-being.
Yep.
That's distinct from economic growth,
Yep.
which you can have.
Okay. So just decouple, dematerialize.
Yes.
Okay, cool. Got to know for that. All right.
I'm sort of in the same boat. Instead of economic growth, it should be economic security.
Okay.
And that, well, that should just be a given.
Econ security.
Maybe a 0.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
No, I think economic growth would be or we should leave it as it is. But the writer is we should add some other things to judge what we mean by big and high quality.
Okay, so
But
it's a conversation. Okay. All right.
Can I make a comment?
A bit more focus on export income instead of just the growth in terms of.
This discussion was had about 40 years ago regarding the genuine progress indicator.
Yes.
So that basically, the argument was made that GDP was irrelevant.
There's current things on that as well. Bhutan as well is chugging along on it.
So I'd say if you could switch immediately to genuine progress indicator.
Okay. All right. We'll very quickly wrap that. Greg?
Yeah, I'll add to that.
Jeff, can I get a word in, Jeff?
Hang on, we'll get to you. Wherever you. Okay.
Answer that, John.
Okay, thank you. Yep. Yes?
Yeah, I'm doing yesterday.
Doing yesterday. Okay. Very good. All right.
10.
Yeah, exactly.
Jody?
Yeah.
Everybody's tired of talking about economics, isn't that good? Right?
Yeah, sound again.
Yeah, all right. Okay. Jeff?
Economic security, yes, 5.
Economic security. That's the basic, okay. Ross?
Mine's already up there.
You're already up there. All right, cool. Okay, so it's interesting, isn't it? Because actually we spend a lot of time talking about economic growth. Jobs and growth, jobs and growth, jobs and growth is drilled into us, right? But individually, we've just gone around the table and said, actually, I'm tired of talking about that. I'd rather see some other measure brought up as a good society measure. Now, to my mind, that's an expression of a change to business as usual. That's just a proposition. You can put your other rows up here and say, this is the really important thing to change.
Can we get Ed Brooks' comment?
Yeah, online. I can't see you guys.
Yeah, sorry, I'm here.
Did you hear that?
Yeah, I can hear you very well, if you can hear me.
Yes.
I don't know about this GDP business. As a cafe latte, Chardonnay swilling urbanite, I don't want to invest in the show because I don't think your resource condition's any good, and I'm not convinced this is worth investing in. I think all your resources are run down, and it's more money after bad. I'm taking an extreme position here. I don't actually think that, but
very interesting.
Why is this even worth investing in? Just got a bunch of clapped out Western rangelands.
Yeah, Ken, I think what we're trying to do is to test the concept of what does business as usual mean, so that as a group, we kind of have some idea of what we're talking about when we say business as usual needs to change, or it's okay as well.
Can you even describe your current resource? What are you selling?
Yeah, that's right. We can't describe it very well, right? The first row was the proposition, which is currently true, I think it's fair to say, that economic growth is used as a proxy indicator for a good society. We're doing well because economic growth is going well. I think that's a mainstream parameter that's in this.
Let me be another cafe swilling George Street person. I'll just say that's just because you're exploiting the resource and flogging it. You know, if you actually had to internalise some of the externalities that you're creating, it wouldn't be near as valuable. So what do we all think the current condition of the resource is? Real good, pretty good, not too good, or dreadful? What would you say?
What I'll say is your time is cutting into mine, Ken, so I'm just going to cut you off. No, actually, to be more serious, I think what you're saying is that you're actually challenging the notion that if somebody walks up and says, we've got great economic growth and therefore we have a good society, you're actually saying, no, that doesn't make any sense. Let's talk about the underlying resource. And that's quite valid. So it actually demonstrates the fact that you're not satisfied with GDP as a proxy for a good society. So I'm going to put you down for a 5 in 10. All right? Cool. Okay, man. Very good. Look, I'm going to leave that now because I won't go 2 minutes. But there are some other things up here that I think are valid expressions of business as usual. If you walk down on George Street today and say any one of these propositions, people will just nod. And it's a good test for business as usual. So one of these things is mainstream media is a for-profit exercise. Have you ever really thought, why do we give the thing that forms our consensual story, why is that done for profit? Okay, so it's taking fast over there. Sorry, what was that? Yeah, it's part of
The ABC is not for profit. It might exist very long, but it's still not for profit.
The dominant mechanism for interaction is via competition, not cooperation. So again, if you want to issue a contract, you want to go get the best price, how do you do? Shop online, competition. What's the instant thing, the instant go-to mechanism you use for making the connection to another entity, another actor, another institution, competition. Let's put it out to market. Let's test the market. That's our instinctive reaction. So that's a test of business as usual. I'm not saying it's either valid or not. I'm saying that's what constitutes business as usual in some people's minds. Massey had a very interesting observation that in the Australian soil, you've got a lot more cooperative mechanisms than you have competitive mechanisms because of the paucity of nutrients. It forces cooperative behavior. So it's interesting that on the land where we stand, if we actually listen to the biota, we're probably a lot more cooperative. But we according to competitive worldview. Dominant mechanism for interaction, competition, not cooperation, and there's no coherent, holistic reporting for rangelands condition and training. So, like, that's business as usual, because we don't share data because it's private, because we're competitive. We don't collect data because it's expensive, and who's going to pay for it because there's no business model. We don't look at holisms because we divide things into bits and pieces because we're reductionists. So all those three things combined to show that we don't have any holistic condition and trend reporting. Changing that would be a change of business as usual. Okay? That's the little thing on BAU. Right. Sorry, Jeff. Okay. So, trying to be constructive here, we are talking about policy. And the poor old politicians, Bruce, you feel the pain. All others of you who've been involved in governance know this stuff. You've got to reinforce the normal somehow. You're forced to undertake impossible choices. And we're in the position of trying to give policymakers better tools. We want to give them better options, things that they can't walk away from, let's say. And I'm kind of agreeing with Michael that I don't think there's a happy ending for our particular culture. So we'll get to that later. But anyway, if we could at least give these guys a better way to make decisions, because they've got to trade off between different things. How can they do that better? So many of you heard of the Overton window, and this is basically a way of saying what we just talked about, business as usual, is here. That's the stuff that's sensible, it's accepted, you're not going to lose your job if you stay in that zone. That's the Overton window. So policy making happens inside that frame. There's a whole literature on how to shift the window one way or the other, but this is basically undertaken by advocates. AgForce would like to shift the window a little bit this way, WWF would like to shift it a bit that way, and so there's a constant struggle between who's shifting the Overton window which way, right? That's what dominates a lot of our interactions. This dialogue is supposed to be about us all talking together about the range of possibilities and then deciding to shift the Overton window a particular direction, and then the politicians follow, right? That's the Overton window, and there's a tension at the core of our culture, this is my perspective, and it makes it very difficult for us to formulate policies that are actually affirming of biological processes because we're sort of alienated from nature. It's the core tension is human versus nature. The pioneering ethos, the culture, us versus them, competitive, win-lose, zero-sum, all that's written in the core of our culture. So that makes it very difficult to find normative things that are actually reciprocal with living systems. All right, that's hard. But it's also culturally specific and relatively recent. So I'd like to propose that this tension can be expressed as business as usual versus biology as usual. So you can see that there's a maybe dualism there. But at any rate, we're in a position with our politician of saying, you've got some hard choices to make here, for Michael, hard choices to make. And how are you going to make the hard choices? Because at the end of the day, the economy is a wholly owned subsidiary of the environment. one of Daly's little quotes. So my money's always going to be on biology winning. Biology is going to win in the end. I don't think we're going to be able to reinvent the world in the shape of our imagined economics. That's probably not going to work. We're going to have to reinvent our economics to be in the shape of the living world. So the problem is transformative things are impractical. The Overton window dominates, and therefore we can't really, we can increment little changes, but we're going to have a hard time getting over transformative changes in the absence of disruption. We talked to the fellows down here at Stanbroke and also at Massey. One of Massey's key messages, of course, was that these regenerative transformative stories of regenerative change have all happened in points of crisis. People didn't just wake up one day and say, you know what, I can knock down that pipe, or I can start figuring out how to do soil carbon. They don't do that. They are running business as usual. The property's run down. They have some kind of crisis. They got no options. And some of them then say, maybe this is an option. And they come back up from there. That's a disruption point. It's a negative disruptor. Things collapse. There's also been stories up here about people experiencing positive disruptors. By some fortuitous chance, something great happened to them. They saw how it worked, and then they went on and had a positive change. So disruption is value neutral. It can be positive or negative. But the point is that disruptions are unavoidable. They will happen, and that's when you have transformative change. Per Jeff's thing about saying, Tasmanian gun, here's the gun control policy, something happened, right? So how would that look? So I've kind of got a little bit of a graphic here. This is your Overton window, safe political space, right? That's business as usual. There's sort of someplace in between here where you might call it edgy. How hard was it to get container deposit legislation pushed through? How edgy is that, right? But it was big. It was big. All right, plastic bags. Now there's symbolic nonsense, right? Plastic straws, but there's somehow this edgy. So this is a thin little line here, and at the moment, nobody is going to propose doubling the national debt to actually have a properly funded environmental economy. It's inconceivable. So that's a very small thing. Therefore, the economy is left out in the cold. I mean, the environment is left out in the cold. We're not actually doing anything serious. So you stretch that over time, and what's going to happen in my proposition is that COVID-19, something else, and eventually, this business as usual, as we know it today, that policy space is going to shrink and shrink until eventually biology wins. That can be a happy process, or it can be disastrous, but eventually biology is going to win. So for a policymaker, they have to operate today in this space, but we have to convince them that they should be looking down the field, all right? So here's an example of how it might work. Oh, I missed it. Oh dear, I don't have the latest thing. Oh no. Okay, I did the Ag College. So the Ag College proposition is going to require a fair bit of public funding because it's not going to be profitable right off the bat because money's tight. We don't have enough money. So it'll fit someplace in here, someplace around business as usual and edgy. And it'll have an immediate positive effect over here, which is you have a larger pool of agricultural capability, larger human capital involved. It fits in the benefit here because you have some people going through that college that are interested in regen. So it's slightly different to business as usual. There's a bit of exposure here. Down here, not so much. After the next disruption, you find that an expanded agricultural competitiveness is actually kind of almost irrelevant because people are looking for how to feed themselves, right? And at the end down here, you're really just looking for food, clothing, and shelter. And agricultural competitive industries and export earnings is out the door entirely. So you can see that ag college would fit here, have impacts here, a little bit there, but it starts growing in relevance looking down the stream here because the people that are coming through that regenerative aspect of things are actually visionary, looking well on the track and helping to contribute to transformative change. I'm sorry that didn't update. I really do have a nice little slide, but that is a proposal for a map. 3-channel policy mapping.
Try now, see whether it's in now.
Oh, there it is, yeah. Thanks. This is public funding for the Ag College. It has immediate benefits in a more competitive ag industry, so that's politically defensible. So a politician can hang on to that. They won't get fired for doing that. But also has a co-benefit of increased agricultural human capital. And over here, it's still hanging on by the teeth to say, yes, more competitive ag industry, but you've got even more capability, and then you start doing innovation and restructure until eventually you got to focus on food and environment, which is really the persistent benefit that's going to go in the long term. But you do anything with this, including, I thought Michael's proposal, business as usual. Who would sign on to Queensland not digging up any more coal or mining any more gas within 5 years? And so that is in the La La Land, so it's right outside of the Overton window. But if you look at what that might mean after a disruption, we haven't really trashed the landscape entirely. The landscape is still productive. We can still live. So it has great downstream benefits, but it's impossible here, right? So it's a mapping technique. Okay.
Okay. Questions of John? Rachel.
Sorry. Thank you. I love ideas of transformative change, but I'm having trouble reconciling the different threads of discussion in this forum, and I keep coming back in my head to what are we here for? And here's a vision about a long-term vision for transformative change in society and our whole paradigms about economy and the environment. Fantastic. But I hear Jeff going, we need to talk about cluster fencing. And I hear Andrew going, we're here to do a policy proposal about a more sensible way to address drought. And the more general threads that I've heard through the day around climate adaptation, better pastoral management, raising land management practices, regional development. And I just get the sense that we've got these multiple threads and they're not linked. I'm still struggling with what we're doing
here. I'll take another crack at that one, because I think it's different for everybody. Some people might have come in here thinking, if we could just resolve the issue about cluster fencing, we'll be good to go. And that's sufficient. Hopefully, those people will find one another and actually find out what they need to do about cluster fencing and leave today more prepared to do cluster fencing, and the benefits come from that than they were when they came in. So hopefully, there's a first-person benefit out of each and every discussion that happens in the dialogue. The online forum had all kinds of threads going every which direction. And you can see every now and then people did connect A and B, and they satisfied what they were looking for. So it's an immediate first-person benefit. I think I said over lunch to a few people that there's probably any number of great success stories that you could take off and run with right now. And so you have the energy hub out west and that sort of stuff. Those are valid things to do, but they're already being done. It's like known territory. So there might be a particular hang-up, like how come this can't be funded? So put that one down into loose threads. Like, how come this ag college can't be funded? It's interesting that suddenly you say, so this makes sense on so many levels, and then you get this one about funding. Where does that come from? And so I think this forum is about asking questions, making observations, and then getting those loose threads together and chasing hard problems, because the easy stuff has already been done. So I would encourage us to be a bit more adventurous and trade some hard positions, because if we don't, we're just staying in a very safe space. And that's already been done. And probably maybe it's good to use group building with something safe but you never really know what you've got until you test the structure. So, I'll tell you, just one more, Andrew, before you go. COVID has been amazing, right? But for me, one of the interesting things about COVID was a comment on exactly what I think on point. There was in April or so, where people were still trying to get their heads around what's an epidemic, what's a pandemic, how does this stuff all work? And quite a qualified international epidemiologist did a TED talk on it. Immensely credentialed, immensely experienced, and she got up and described how population disease works. And about 2/3 through the presentation, she said, now where did COVID come from? So, well, it's zoonotic, which means it transfers from animals to animals. And so why did this disease jump into humans? So, well, that's pretty clear. We've been chopping up the environment to such an extraordinary degree. You've got sick remnant bits of ecosystem all around the world. You look at it globally, it's not pretty. And you've got sick animals inside those ecosystems. And you've got poor people coming in contact with that, chased to desperation for various reasons. Timber cutters, wherever they are, villagers dispossessed of their agricultural lands. And so naturally, you're going to get these diseases jumping out of diseased environments into people. It's going to happen. So COVID-19 is just the first wave. So as long as this process continues, we're going to keep getting COVID-19s. She said, so the answer, what we have to do is quite clear. We have to build more hospitals.
She did.
She did. I'll send you the link. It's like, so that's what I'm saying. It's like, how do we be so dumb together? Because that's normal. We can't possibly think about stopping to chop up the environment to have jobs and growth. That's off the table. We can't think about that. We can't think about saying that option. The clear option is build more hospitals. Now, how do we say that together? I don't know. For me, I've got lowered expectations. I would like to say that each and every one of us in this room, we might not be exactly the grassroots, but we do sit across kitchen tables from one another, and we tell stories over and over again about what's normal. You have to pay your debts. You have to make money somehow. You have to put the line to work. Yeah, like over and over again. If we could each change that by a few degrees, we'd be on our way to transformation. That's a change that can happen out of this room today. Could. So, there you go. Thank you.
Yeah, well, using a diagram up there and probably following on from what Rachel said, John, if that was a 20-year period across the horizontal there, I think that sort of discussion we've just had then sits in that lime green thing down in the end for the next 5 years in terms of the rangelands. The light green up the top, I call it the meat and potato issues that are facing the people in the rangelands. I think to do them justice, we need to be concentrating around this forum in that you know, the light, whatever that colour is. As we move along that spectrum, as we deal with the meat and potatoes things, and we get more comfortable in having these pretty intellectual conversations, which are fantastic. That's what the Royal Society should be doing, just as you're doing. But to take the people, and certain people out there that we want, you need to take them on the journey. To start that sort of discussion like we're just having then, or what you shared right up here, was just spooking. Absolutely. So I'm quite comfortable having that discussion in this forum, but it's not the discussion I have out there. That's how I would see it.
Sure, Andrew, and that 120-page paper that John Brisbane has written is not something that's going to be read by most of the people.
But John didn't read it. I dare say he didn't write that paper.
But the thing is, sorry, I shouldn't be speaking. Just supposing next week Boris Johnson says that no beef will come into the European Union from Australia unless it's carbon traced or carbon certified. That's a disruption, and it could happen tomorrow, couldn't it?
Yeah, just to follow on from your example, John, with regards to COVID, and the building of more hospitals. I had a couple of people say to me, well, you're not cutting through, you're not scaring the people enough, even though I wore black and everything. If we don't solve the emissions problem, you can forget your rangelands. It's as simple as that. You can forget handing it over to your kids. There is likely to be 400 million or more people pouring over the borders from the north. There is likely to be a changing climate. There is likely to be huge military engagements, possibly nuclear. The whole world's going to change. And so the number one thing is to stop the leak. Stick the finger in the dike to stop the emissions. Then you can talk about all of these other things. Then you can start building your more hospitals. But as John said, you've got to stop fragmenting the ecosystem and having poor people going into caves full of bats to collect the guano, and they're picking up these diseases. Do you know why? Because a bat is a mammal that runs 2 degrees hotter than a human. Therefore, the bacteria can survive in them that can't normally survive in us, and then they, survive in them, and then they pass them on. So they've got a lot more bacteria.
Jeff, I'd like to just scale that picture up to the next one. And what I do down the left-hand side up in the yellow is I put a half a dozen dot points, which are our problem clusters. And I put a little dot line from each of them over to the first blob of brown. And then I'd eliminate the next 2 big blobs of brown. And I'd say, we're going to start with a cluster, a set, a number of initiatives, and start now. We don't wait for the bloody end of the world to film. So let's put the dotted point in. If down the line there is a disruption, it might be more or less specific to particular areas. Well, good. That'll creep us up. We'll get left off, we'll go. Some of it might come later, some of it might come earlier. It's not going to come on April the 1st, whenever. It's going to come progressively in bits. So get some dots down the left-hand side and name them, name what you're going to do about them, get them running, and hope that the big brown blob arrives early and gets left off. But if it doesn't, get on that learning curve. And don't rely on multiple disruptions to get you where you want to go. Get in and get active. How's that? Yeah.
Last comment.
Well, just following through on that excellent idea, really, is why don't we go around the table again, like we just did with John, and invite people to nominate, say, 2 issues and where they would put them on that agenda. See if we can fill up the board with everybody's key interests as a means to get started.
I think it's an excellent idea, but not just yet.
Oh, sorry.
That's an excellent idea. And we might make just a little bit later, so we've got a little bit more discussion to build into that. I'd like to ask the people who are remote whether they have anything to contribute that we haven't needed today. Is anyone there still there remotely?
Yeah, still here.
You want to add anything, or are you right? Bruce? David?
I think there's also significant reasons to be cheerful. Let's not get too down in the gutter. I mean, living longer lives on an increasingly prosperous and less violent planet. We have made some progress, ladies and gentlemen. We're not going to hell in the handbasket yet.
We have made some progress, but we're not quite stabilised yet.
And the environment that you're dealing with already is full of wet and dry cycles. So it's our inability to, I think, at large, to cope with them that's caused much of our degradation problems.
Inability to cope with current wet and dry cycles is a cause of our current problems.
Well, the dry cycles and the wet cycles have been interesting of late because they've been somewhat catastrophic as they've converted to wet. But just dealing with episodic droughts that have always been with us, we're talking probably 8 mega droughts since the medieval period, and we're talking about probably 6 or 7 droughts a century at the moment. These make life very difficult, and we're still not adapted to it. If we were better adapted to it, I could give you a recipe for that, we might be better off. But there's also good reasons to be cheerful, I think.
So if we're not coping adequately with current wet and dry cycles, if those cycles become accentuated, we have a big problem. There's no point arguing about whether it's caused by humans burning coal. We have a problem already.
Well, we need to be very careful about what we say about the future and not stray outside what the science actually says.
Right.
And for the rangelands, that's not clear.
Right.
Jeff.
Bruce, yes.
Yeah, look, we're talking about droughts and livestock enterprises and economic opportunity. You know, you look back in history, and the further you look back, the further you really can look ahead. The Federation drought, there'd been pastoralists only out on the land across many parts of the rangeland for 50 odd years. And yet many of those livestock enterprises were wiped out because of drought. So this is nothing new. Things have changed over the time. Obviously, artesian water helped to expand the operations. But if you look back to the Federation drought, as they often refer to, 1900, you know, 1850, 1860, 1870 is when the land started to be settled. It was only 20 or 30 years later. So to talk about degradation of the land today as something new, well, or drought is new, it's not. It's been going on for centuries and centuries and will continue to go on. I think it's how you get control of the, and one thing that hasn't been discussed today, the pressure on the native pastures by what European settlement has done to land is the movement of kangaroos and their ability to breed where otherwise would not have, with the artificial waters that have been spread right across the rangelands. And that's why I come back to that point earlier this morning, where cluster fencing, quarantine zones, pasture management, call it what you like, there's an opportunity in there to start to get control of, and the economic control for those pastoralists. Because if they can be more run at a profit rather than be destroyed by, or their enterprise always being attacked by kangaroos or predators on their enterprise, you start to get some wealth generation within those quarantine zones, and you can build out from there. It doesn't answer all of the questions of the land that's being degraded, but I think we've got to, I like the last comment too, we don't want to be too pessimistic. There is a future and there will always be. But where you asked earlier in the day, Jeff, where we go to perhaps put the $500 million, where would the ask be for? Where would it go to? And I think it's about getting control of the environment, getting control of the areas where people are running livestock, do have enterprises. And I think we've got to separate the Gulf, the Cape, and north of the Flinders from the country south of that in terms of the process that I think needs our support.
Thanks, Bruce. Can I very quickly comment on Rachel's question about we're jumping all around the place, which is true, but it's a legitimate method of building a broader strategy by synthesising from bits and pieces. And I don't know any other method than what we're doing now. If there is a better method, of taking all this knowledge in bits and pieces, which are sectoral and siloed, and forming a coherent whole. I don't know any better way of doing it.
I don't have a golden solution to that, but I agree that we need to bounce around ideas and get out of our silos, and that necessitates understanding disruptors and the higher level systems thinking, as well as the nuts and bolts of what you're going to do. But if you're not sure at what point during the meeting or the forum's organisation that you know where to contribute what you think the relevant information is, it just tends to be, feels like it gets lost, like someone will ask a question, oh, here's this problem, and you think, oh, that person over there had that solution, and the conversation moves on to something else. So I'm just wondering, is there, you know, is that already been done in this, or is there a formula going forward to say we're addressing this overlying thing and then we're splitting it into, or not splitting because obviously silos, but you know, do you know where to put the information that you think might be relevant and see what other people think of it?
So that goes back to my original question of what we're trying to achieve. So that goes back to my question about what are we trying to achieve, which is what you're already asking. What are we trying to, what are we here? What are we trying to do? Not just how do we do it, but what are we trying to do? I don't know that there's agreement here. There's climate change over there. There's a very valuable suggestion for recreating things. There's pastoral comments. There's vegetation management. And I'm on about something else. What are we trying to do? That's not critical. I think it's a discussion.
Well, there was an earlier draft of the agenda which said that we're going to aim to produce the skeleton of a two-tiered roadmap. And the first tier would be the detailed actions, the short-term things that would improve business as usual. And the second tier would be more fundamental transformative changes that require big changes to policy settings. We edited that out because we didn't want to constrain the discussion. But at some stage, we're doing a policy exercise. I don't think we want to regard government as the only destination of that. I think business and other organisations can be a target of policy, but ultimately we do need to produce some kind of submission or manifesto declaration that builds on the very generalised motherhood statements in the original Ramsgate Declaration. It does have to be translated into policy, public budgets, public decision-making, rule changes and so on at some stage. So the aim is to produce some kind of submission or roadmap or policy, whatever you like to call it. We need to take the results of today back to the Ramsgate discussion group, and in particular consult it with the regions. In regions have provided funding to do regional consultation, but that hasn't really been launched yet. But the last question will be at the end of the day, what do we do next? And the Royal Society's run out of money to do anything else. So if we're going to do anything else, someone will have to step up some money. But that will just defer that question. Happy with that? Okay. I'm going to take the liberty, unless anyone wants to interject, of producing a quick flowchart which I hope will reinforce. Oh, I've lost it. Oops. I might need some help. Peter, what have I done wrong? There's a shortcut there, it can't be found.
Support.
Where's that little?
You're talking to?
There's all the copy. No, that's not that one. John, have you got your USB? What I'd like to do is to make the point of view that one of the fundamental concepts we have to understand is that to get anything to happen, you need 5 capacities. when the landholder is managing their property, they have as much of those 5 capacities in their fingertips as they can themselves. But outside the landholder, the 5 capacities are disaggregated. Yes, there's a handout. There's a handout there. The first capacity is coordination. The landholder does that in their heads. The next capacity is legal authority. The landholder has property rights and they can carry out works on their property. They're constrained a bit by legislation, but they do broadly have a to manage. The skills are needed. Skilled people, you need people to actually implement actions. You need knowledge about what to do, and you need the resources, the money. Now, what you see if you look at government is that they're disaggregated. So the knowledge might be in a department or in the, one of the lobby groups. The legal authority might be in a different department. The coordinating authority might be the Premier's department. It goes missing because they're fighting bushfires, and the budget is under control of Treasury. There's nobody that you can look at who is actually able to put the resources to the need with the knowledge.
Jeff, we need to...
The rangeland synthesis, that one. Sure, that's it. Yeah. Okay, thank you. So I won't labour the point because I've explained it. Heather, this is my answer to your question: to bridge the gaps between knowledge and policy, to create a new entity, to distill the essence of the knowledge gathered to date into a new model. And of course, a lot of the people here haven't been part of this dialogue, but that still applies. And to draft a model that can be consulted back to the discussion group and the regions before adoption. So the governance of NRM is discoordinated. Landholders lack funds to manage sustainably. Scientists and other expert advisors shy away from politics. Those with power and money are in this growth paradigm, and the potential brokers of knowledge are routinely starved for capacity. And you can look in vain to find any entity that has all of those 5 capacities. On the landholder's property, they do the coordination, they have their own permission, they have a certain level of competence, they may lack labour to support, data and translated information might be lacking, and budget or revenue raising may or may not be present. But you need all of those 5 things for something to happen. If you have one missing, the rest of them can't happen effectively. So that's what I call the feasible paths model of why things go wrong in government. And and I'll tell you what really prompted me to put this today was browsing through my boxes of stuff for another reason. I found this eminently worthy paper called Strategic Guide to Natural Resource Management in South East Queensland, December 2000. I hadn't heard of it, and I look at the list of people. Look at the list of people, an enormously knowledgeable group of expert people. Look at the work that's gone into that. What influence has it had? Is there enough money in Landcare and NRM to support the implementation of these strategies? So all of this work can go astray or fail because Treasury decides that NRM is a federal responsibility or it's a private landholder's problem. They can go and get commercial consultants if they need it. So Treasury's thinking is disconnected from where the landholders are, where the brokers are. So I think this model's got a fair bit of excellence. Yeah. And I think of all the amount of paperwork and strategic plans have gone nowhere because their agents are not funded. Anyway. Sorry, Ross.
Just historically, governments have got a tendency to abolish groups that can actually do proactive things. They abolished the Coordinator General's Department. They've abolished the Act of the Coordination of Acts. Then Marlowe's paper goes right through a whole list of agencies that manage and analyse data, like the Resource Assessment Commission, like the Land and Water Audit, and so forth. They've all been abolished because it is politically dangerous for the governments or inconvenient for the political machine. And so anything in the way is abolished. So there's a lack of continuity. Tied to that is the gutting of the extension and educational capacity of the departments that can give you insight into the knowledge. The classic one is in DPI, what was DPI, now DAF. And even if you go to some of the other departments that have genuine links with community, they have been gutted as well. So from a government point of view, it's been diabolically selfish in terms of the interests of the rangelands of Queensland. And how we can turn that around, okay, this might be a pathway, but you've got to get the politicians to change their minds and do something proactive. And that is one heck of a challenge. But I just say that a lot of good things have already been abolished. If we come up with another good thing that they think is politically threatening, they'll ignore it or abolish that too. And many of us have been involved in producing these sorts of reports that gather dust on the shelves of government department libraries.
I can't resist giving you a Governance 101 lesson. So there's three pure forms of governance. There is hierarchies, networks, and markets. So hierarchies typified by governments, very good in stable situations for repetitive decisions and predictable circumstances. They're also very slow, conservative, but they offer stability and predictability. Markets, neoliberalism, the whole flavour of the day. Markets can be very efficient, they're competitive, they drive down costs. So a functioning market in some circumstances is a really useful thing. And then networks, which is traditionally the preserve of civil society, so the not-for-profits arenas. And generally, when people talk about why does the not-for-profit sector exist, it exists to do everything that civil society needs that governments and markets don't provide. And so I think that's where we're sitting. And I think when we look at like the 5 capacities here, and a lot of these traditionally were the preserve of government. The government has less knowledge than it used to, we're in a less stable environment, we're in a much more resource competitive environment. So I think when we think about looking forward, government's important because they're the only ones who can give legal authority. So they're a critical role in how we think about our futures. But where, for example, DAF may have traditionally been the provider of extension services, they're one of many these days. And so I think when we think about the capacities, we think about how do all those different forms work together and how different forms of civil society can connect and meet those needs for what we think we need for sustainable rangelands.
Michael.
We regularly hear about regulatory capture. That's where industry gets control of the body that is supposed to be providing oversight of that particular industry. It's, there's a lot documented in America of how that's progressively happened, and it's also happening in Australia, and it happens concurrently with shutting down regulators or alternative views. So one could say that democracy has been subject to regulatory capture, and it's been documented well how this has occurred. So that creates a real problem, and I wrote this in chapter 2, and that is we don't have the democracy or the government that we think we have. So to keep on banging the drum to say we need to convince the politicians of something else, really we need different politicians. But as soon as you try to get in a different politician, they will not succeed for a whole range of reasons. So there's a broken system. There was some global policy analysis work done in the US, and it is suggested that democracies won't survive the next 80 years and that we are likely to move towards more fascist or totalitarian systems. And
We just had one.
sorry?
We just had one.
So, yeah, I have some wild solutions, but they're probably not, you're probably not ready for them.
Jot them down on the piece of paper. Okay, what would you like to do before afternoon? Nelson first, and then I'll need some advice on what you'd like to do before afternoon.
Yeah, look, there's a bit of an attempt to approach Rachel's question, I suppose. It seems to me, as a relative latecomer to this, I'm happy to be corrected, that two big issues come out of this rangeland discussion. One, the origin of it seemed to be the social, economic, financial stress and so on right across the rangelands areas, which is manifested in a whole heap of ways. The other thing is the understanding, but not necessarily how to deal with it, that all of that, one way or another, is grounded in the environmental conditions that prevail across the rangelands, which are different from other places. Now, it seems to me that the moment we start talking about declarations and things like that, you fall into that kind of trap that you've got a nice page or whatever, that people will agree with and love, and not much comes from it. So I wonder whether a better plan of action is to develop plans of action. In other words, to use some headings for that. Because of all the changes that are going on, whether they're from the environment or whatever factor, doesn't matter. It raises adaptation and structural adjustment issues. That's to do with the social, economic and so on things. We know the answers to some of those things in the simplest terms. You know, people don't have enough money. The issue is how do they get more? They don't have access to health. How do they get more access to it? You can draw up plans and so on that are credible about how that might happen. Then similarly, when you get to the environmental condition point, the issue there is surely the need for environmental protection and environmental restoration. And that's been coming through this discussion too. And again, there are heaps of little bits that you can put down there. And if you've got a plan of action like that, you can carry that around with you and pester everybody around the place about it all the time. They don't have to know that they're going through a big transformation. They don't have to know that if they implement 2/3 of it, the whole world is different. You can even set it up so they take the credit. Thank you.
I propose a lunge for the touchline and go for a commission and national deliberative assembly, special meeting there, to formulate a declaration on the rights and responsibilities of stakeholders in the use and management of the rangelands. So this is a high level alongside Parliament, not subject to ministerial control. Deliberative assemblies, they are very interesting devices. You get a national convention together, they've got resources, they can probe, they can call witnesses, they can write up a declaration. If they survive and they put that on the table, governments have really got something to take notice of. And then you drop down to a tier, you drop right down, and you say we've got a whole flock of problems which are giving us hell. What we want is some capacity. For what? We want capacity to broker understandings between owners, managers, property managers, and citizens. So we want a couple of agencies that are in there, in the field, and they are developing that mission capacity. You've got a declaration of rights which smokes out a lot of hold-out, destructive, negative behaviour, and you've got a crawl before you can walk process of setting up some of this institutional capacity.
Thanks, Jeff. The thing that's missing for me, though, is the why. The vision. What are we here for? What do we actually want to see in 5 years or 10 years' time? What change do we want to see? We're spending a lot of time talking about the what, and I don't think the what means anything until we figure out the why or what our vision is. And so I'd like to see us sort of focus on that a little bit. And I think, you know, something like Michael put up, and it's got to be radical. It's got to be right out there, and it's got to be visionary. And, you know, and I wouldn't actually agree with being emissions neutral by whatever date. I think it's got to be positive. And the rangeland has the ability to do that. So, you know, I think the other thing is that rangeland, the word rangelands has absolutely no meaning for anyone outside this room. The word that has meaning is the outback. And if we want to tackle the community, the government, anyone else, change the language to a language that people have some connection to.
Thank you. Paul?
I agree with what you're saying, Terry, for sure. The other thing...
Where's the other one?
So yeah, I agree with you, Terry, that there's some research that's been going in 80 countries for 40 years. Only 80 countries for 40 years, so I have some guts to it. And it says we're motivated by extrinsic motivators, not intrinsic. So it's an interesting change in what we're looking for. So the why is important. I think the why is pretty easy. But the issue becomes what's already working, where's it already working? And we're all very good at saying what should or could and might. But the reality is there's already good people doing good stuff. And we need to connect it up. And at the moment, for example, Jeff looks after Landcare in Queensland. Jeff would tell you that the most Western Landcare group is the Michelin District Landcare group. And they struggle every year that we get a secretary this year. Clusters are a nice thought, but I get most of our cluster people asking me. So that's the reality of what we're looking at. There's something not working. What is working is Merway Shire trying everything they know, Charlie, for those that don't know the country. Paro Shire's got a new mayor and a new CEO. They want to do good things. They've connected up with our courts and ourselves and course state. So, you know, there's a lot of good things happening. We need to help more of that happen. So there's plenty of people, infrastructure and good things already there. I'm going to suggest a bit of a different way of thinking about it. At the moment, you listen to the federal government, and we've had to read again. They're saying that it's all about jobs and economic recovery. Right? They squeak that all the time. The Pew Trust put in this enormous thing for $4 billion to have a green-led recovery. I completely ignore it. The reason why they completely ignore it because they're not interested in funding anything. They're interested in industry-led growth. So, to my mind, NFF, I think, put $100 billion a year in agriculture thing out there for 2030. MLA have said they're going to be this, and blah, blah, have said they're going to be that. Everything's sitting there. So I want to suggest we do something a bit radical and say we're going to increase productivity in rangelands by 10% sustainable. Maybe that's the goal. It's not a vision, but it is a pretty good goal to start to get people to think differently. And there are simple things, like there's plenty of industry that doesn't involve pastoral. Aboriginals are an industry out there for 60, 70, 80,000 years. It's plenty on offer, it's just that we think with our European partners.
We did get a quote for running a citizens' assembly, and it's perfectly competent for this group or the Royal Society to run one. We did get a quote, it was about $60,000, all organised.
That's far too much. You can do it for much less.
Well, if you want to do it. If someone puts up 50 or 40 or 30 or however.
They'll include scones.
Now, there is a cover and that on offer. What would you like to do? If someone would like to take over chairmanship after afternoon tea, I'm very happy with that. Run it in a different way. We do need to finish with some instructions on what we do with this dialogue, how we get some money and what we do from now
on. I'm leaning where Paul is and Terry. I'm not up for writing another declaration, not like came out of this time last year and that, because, you know, we're writing a declaration about a declaration. So I'm all for roadmap. You use that term, roadmap in there. I don't think we're anywhere near done talking about First Nations people. So, you know, the talking's done and the talk is done. I don't think we're anywhere near done in terms of the talk around this group at least. So I'm not comfortable about forcing a decision as to what we've got to do beyond acknowledging that we still got a fair bit of talking to do, I think, Jeff. And you know, there is cost money to talk, unfortunately, running these sort of things, and that's a discussion that we'll have to have outside this room. But I do like the idea of just picking something and let's go for it. In terms of, I think that productivity, and even as well as that, or it's a part of that is population. You know, go for it. 10% rise in population and productivity, just as simple as that, which has a whole lot of stuff buried in there and a whole lot of discussions that we've had. But that's my thoughts.
It's for Ross to say this, not me, but the Royal Society is approaching the end of its capacity to keep running this process by volunteers. The volunteers are burning themselves out and the money's running out. And we've done today because of the generosity of Griffith. We held the original one because of the generosity of Ag Force and the Land Restoration Fund, but we're reaching the end, I think, of the capacity of the volunteers to keep doing that. So we can do any process you want, but someone's going to have to step up to give it executive support.
Well, you've got to decide what you want to do before we can have a discussion about how to raise the funds.
He's showing the slides and
Jeff, I don't mean to be disrespectful to anyone, I've enjoyed the conversation very much, but I did think, knowing that that's, you know, the shadow we're living under, today was about producing some results, and we're down to the last hour now, so I'm thinking, can we all put pen to paper and put down our thoughts after tea? You know, so maybe following through on the existing policy, edgy, transformative suggestions. We could just have everybody put something down. And vision has been another really big topic. So we've had one there. So if we can get maybe everybody that wants to write their idea down the vision, and then, you know, some volunteers at the end could, you know, just try and put them all together in as cohesive a way as possible. And that's kind of where we're at for the time being. Is that kind of what you were thinking?
Jeff?
Maybe just to build on top of that, there's what we haven't actually put up on the screen to refresh everyone's memory is the Rangelands Declaration, the actual the Motherhood Statement that came out last year. I quite agree with Andrew and others that it's probably time to have more of a roadmap or a series of actions that come off of that declaration, action plan, for example. So maybe, Philip, what we could do is put the declaration up there and have people just have a look at that and then jot down whatever comes to mind. Says, I think this is a key point to start with. A great project would be here or there, and hang a bunch of ideas off of the declaration and maybe see if that starts forming a coherent action plan or roadmap or something like that.
Ken, did you have something to say?
Yes, I do. From the cafe latte section, I think that 90% of the rangeland area should have adopted sustainable pasture management practices. That being the utilisation of the pasture resource is always in proportion to the seasonal climate's capability to produce it, and that be documented and measurable. Without that, I'm not sure George Street thinks you're worth investing in.
Thanks, Ken. I'm just going to say let's have a 15-minute break and come back with a volunteer perhaps to be a chair of the final session and a few ideas, and ready to jot down some notes on your notepads that you can leave with us, and any other guidance on how you want to make the best of this last hour. 15-minute break.
Might even be coffee.
Just check your series. We can make 10 minutes.
Keep going and then keep us like that.
You want to keep going? You want to keep going?
Where in that coffee would be there if people want to walk around and get it or whatever. Try and get please. There's something called a declaration. John, do you want the declaration about where you find how's the microphones go? Yeah, no,
You want to plug for the book too? Sorry? You want to plug for the book?
What?
You want to plug the book?
Plug the book? Not really. You can do that. I was just the humble editor.
Yeah. Good. Very good.
I think we're all basically around through it. I'm wondering how do we put all the things together? Long enough to say what's the full place vision.
I'll come back to that. What I'll That's a cultural issue. Somehow we lower ourselves.
You don't have to make anything. You just take their system, use their branding.
Yeah, he was up there and my instructions for instruments but the report has gone up for rapid. Is that you experienced the Western Rigo? Right. Yeah, no, I had Sean Brown told me that. I did know that story, but he was there. He got caught because he was commissioned to do this before. Renewable energy and innovation and arrangements, something of that nature. And I just wanted to access that report. I mean, I read his chapter, which I think might have been in the I can think of a lot of that. Come back again, but it's good to be able to cite known authorities in this space. And I've quoted in stuff like how this innovative change occurs direction to reverse population decline. Community-based services. Way to go. That's what he's proposed. But it's got to have what we do is let the money go out, the electricity go out, and someone else kill inflation or whatever. There has to be room. So regulatory framework, and he's across that, which Either a royalty stream or something. There's some, yes, some defined program for capturing an equitable share of value of that. And that we haven't done. What is that coal? And then both about 12% or something. You didn't lose more.
I can try and,
sorry.
I can try and,
Have you got contacts up there? Or?
But I haven't got, I've been trying to get Rob's phone number for the last 2 days.
Okay.
Send me a long email.
Okay, oh, well, that's a very good contact. If it's successful, pass it on to me, please.
He said,
because what we've written, I don't know whether you're aware that there were 6 or so papers, and or 8 or so, and I wrote 3 of them. But one of them is addresses the going idea. And I'd love to have a proper reference for it, so people can go online and see it.
Yes.
my long-winded email, and I lost it and found it.
Yeah.
There's a number on it. One of the figures on it was, they're looking at about 10 different entities.
Yep.
Commercial businesses. About 10 different arrangements.
Yeah. That's good. And I think that cooperative idea of how to get these processes underway is good. I mean, for example, it's not the same, but the Russell money. So, and Ross would be across that, but I'm coming back to. I'm coming back to your Longreach colleagues then. I thought it was appalling, and it's appalling the way it's been managed. The very point you made. Take high school in Tamworth. James was at the top of the state academic progress. Disciplines, and they all come back and say it's because we had all this farm-related activity. It's critical for their vision. And endorse your idea more. Gavin had it before they took it over in the mid-90s. UQ took it over, which was meant the end of the diploma and the certificate and all that stuff.
I've been following it since I was 25. When I was 25. Was regular, ended up exciting to be able to take a couple of kids. Back in the year, going up into the darkness, way back in television. But,
I really endorse it.
Dana Kelly, so good to say hello. I'm connected with the Climate Centre, so I don't know if there was any interest in the Climate Centre, which is Roger's home.
You see, one of the things behind my concept is to try and get the federal government involved through the drought fund.
Yes.
So I thought, okay, what a better place to start the drought.
Well, that's
Yes, it has. Yeah, exactly. So,
and, you know, there's an opportunity there. There's no, like when I listen to a thing, having a degree at all.
Yeah, that's right. I
So
know the story.
they didn't have that funny. They could set her up all brand spanking bottom.
So they were lucky. They got 12 million, talking about you in the drought fund. They got kicked off with 12 million from the Barnaby Fund, 100 million research. So they had a 3 million, 4 million the system. I like the way the copies before, but not very successful. The Romans kept on going. But they then had a conference towards the end of last year where clinical scientists in which they started to launch their degrees in regenerative agriculture. They brought out someone who's been in the organic farming space in research from UK University, Newcastle University, and he was part of still running and teaching the course. And it comes back to what we were just talking about, is on-farm experience. And I was saying, but we also had
what's next up?
but for your the same
So we
thing
need to identify
the on-farm experience of the graduates and
no graduates.
in these soils and agricultural space. Plant pathology, so it didn't have to as well as climate change. So there's about 3 strands of
Do you want to speak to that, James, or do you want to just
no, that's good news. Quite extraordinary. You know, during the week.
Diversity. Just a total picture.
Rachel, what do we do with
That's the goal. We have to make support a series of identified success stories, but this is the current existing thing.
You want to make that statement, or you just give it to us?
We're going to reconvene Charles. Are you still online? Nobody has volunteered to take the chair. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to suggest we go around the room with one thought or idea or recommendation. I think an emerging recommendation is we'll produce a roadmap or an action plan, a list of actions that should be taken. But as well as that, one idea or suggestion or recommendation from each of you, and it can be additional to what you put notes on, or it can be the same point. And if you don't want to speak, just pass. But I'm going to hand the microphone around the table and give each of you, and Heather gets two because she can speak on behalf of Dana, who's had to leave, had to get to Toronto for some reason. So you're happy with that?
So what are we answering? What's our prompt?
You can make any statement you like that where you go from here, or we arrange that policy issue ahead. It can be a process thing, like we need to convene another meeting or something, or it can be a content thing, like we have to reduce carbon emissions to zero. Whatever you like. You ready, James? Or
yes,
not?
I'm ready. Sorry. I've got a few ideas for you, which completely out of the blue, probably from the way the discussion has been going, but which brings perhaps some different aspects to consider. The conference of the parties, or COP26, is to take place in Glasgow next year. The European Union, Great Britain, Ireland, Norway, and the United States are looking to lock in target reductions of carbon dioxide emissions, with possible export taxes applied to countries such as Australia that do not measure up to the agreed adopted standard. This will obviously apply to thermal coal, as there's been knowledge that it is cheaper to generate electricity from solar or wind with battery backup than from conventional coal, thermal coal power stations. This consideration at COP26 will likely lead to international requirements to reduce methane and nitrous oxide emissions also. This is not without consequences for pastoralists in the rangelands and cattle exports. And in the concurrent policies with a number of these countries to ban all new internal combustion engine cars in the European Union and the United Kingdom from 2030. Australia produces some 4 petajoules of gas each year, most of which is exported with a double-edged sword. The exporting companies entered into 20-year contracts with penalties, either take or pay for the ones receiving it, or if they fail to supply, suffer the consequences of paying a penalty or possibly even a takeover by a foreign country or company. And in this situation, that 4 petajoules is barely being met. And the situation is that companies are looking to establish terminals in New South Wales and Victoria to import gas on the basis that we are exporting gas, which is pretty much on a fixed contract basis, and to import the gas to meet the domestic requirement, because the domestic gas is being exported, we have to import gas at a zero price. I leave it to you to comment.
Sorry, can I clarify what was the action?
Sorry?
Can I clarify what was the action?
Yes, on suggesting that don't worry, I'm suggesting that conference, they're going to lay down a standard to be adopted internationally, and those countries that don't meet that standard will pay a penalty on their exports by way of a tax. So we have to face up to this possibility coming into effect possibly as early as the end of next year.
Is the action to make it more aware, the community more, is the action to make the community more aware?
I'm going to step in and say no wordsmithing at this stage.
Okay.
All right, sorry. I think the wordsmiths can convert the idea into action later. Right, that's my suggestion. If we do wordsmithing, we might
that's fine. Can't stop me at the meeting.
My brief goal is to implement a goal relating to regenerative agriculture. Don't know whatever the goal is. The establishment of a dedicated rangeland commission with statutory authority across both levels of government.
Okay.
Rachel?
Yes.
Can I go later?
Ask for a moment. Okay, I'll pass to
Two levels of government, the federal.
you there, David? Or Charles or Ken? David?
Yes, Jeff, sorry, what was that?
Would you like to give us one final thought, a recommendation for action or theme we should explore? Could be process rich or content rich. You can think about it if you like. We'll come back to you.
Yes, I'll type it up in a moment.
Okay, good. Heather?
I'm not ready yet, but I can give you Dana's.
Dana?
Sorry, I was talking to Dana and wasn't thinking. So Dana, Kelly and I had a chat, which is what I didn't think. And she's the president of the International Year of Rangelands, I think.
And pastoralists.
Is it? Right, thanks. And there's a conference to be held in 2026. And so she's suggesting that we should use that as a push agenda. So that's 5 years. With a strong narrative, develop strong narratives to engage broad population across the rangelands and broaden base awareness and understanding across Australia and develop emotional connections to rangelands. She actually prefers the term heartlands, okay? As a central core to conversation and heart of Australian ecology and mythology is iconic to Australia. So that's Dana's contribution.
The Royal Society of Queensland and the Australian Rangeland Society were the only two bodies in Australia other than the federal government that supported the declaration of the International Year. It's led by Mongolia. Now, these problems are worldwide, actually. Low profitability, degradation, poor prospects, climate change, worldwide problems.
Canada.
So an initiative to join with other countries looking at 2026 could be very, very fruitful.
I guess I've already said what mine is, which is improve the productivity of the rangelands by 10%, but I've put an addition bit around the Sustainable Development Goals as the framework from which we measure that improvement.
Royal Society to petition Parliament to organise a deliberative assembly to formulate a national declaration on the use and management of the rangelands.
For me, the rangelands obviously includes properties in rural communities. Without properties, there are no rural communities. Therefore, we need to address the land conditions to maximise production, prevent the loss of biodiversity, limit the negative effects of drought and below average rainfall, therefore increasing sustainability for future generations, with wider positive climate effects across the rangelands into the communities. For me, a practical management solution for producers needs to be put forward so we can continue down that road. And I think that happens through a consultation body or or putting more funds into someone that can get out there and have these discussions with the farmers and property owners and start making some headway as soon as we can.
Mine would be education, better educating people, so engaging everyone with the best management tools, educating the public from both sectors, sell the positives of the story. The benefits will be financial, business and biological, just to try and sell the best management practices, which also increase productivity by 10%. The action plan would be to make people more aware.
Yeah, okay. So I would say that if, for my action plan, I'd like to say, turn the question of all the questions of how to use the land into questions of how to be the land. I know that sounds maybe a bit airy-fairy, but key to that is maybe removing the layer that separates us from the land, which is both conceptual and real, which is maybe the finance layer that actually separates us from being the land, so that we can have more people out there on country being in country. At the moment, that requires to answer the question, how do they make money? The only answer we have is, what do you flog off the land to make some money to stay on the land? So that's the current equation. So the last piece of the action plan is to say, can we turn our conceptualization of money back into it being a useful tool for us to live meaningful lives? Can we imagine money as a way to live meaningful lives, as opposed to living our lives to make money?
Look, I've already said that I believe that in an exercise like this, you need to end up with a detailed action plan that picks up all the bits and pieces that people raise and identifies all the actors that are involved, not just governments and so on, lots of people. An emphasis, it seems to me, for the rangelands need to be, our Stanford colleagues' point, that all the properties out there are the foundation of what goes on now. So we need to work on what makes them environmentally sound and profitable all at once. And that in turn means that a priority surely has to be environmental protection and restoration, call it regenerative agriculture, I don't care. That kind of those ideas.
So I say recognise healthy soils with good carbon flows are a public good, and measures to improve soil health should be urgently funded by all levels of government on a sustained and long-term basis.
Mine would be to develop a statement as to why governments should adopt new and improved policies towards rangelands.
I was trying to expand on the word. I think from an education point of view, to achieve the outcomes of the producers, I think we actually need to go in and actually reassess the way we're discussing carbon with producers. I was a producer for 30 years. The word carbon was never mentioned to me once. Then carbon entered the expansion programs by climate change policy. It was all about sequestration and measurement. The decision rural producers make is all about carbon flows. Stocks is just an outcome. And I'll just just quote a few people. Jansen, he said, it is a flow of carbon through soils rather than its sequestration of soils that are the keys for healthy soils and sustainable land use systems. Carbon is also flowing through the cattle. Cattle are 18% carbon. Speed the carbon up through the cattle, you make more money, you reduce methane per kg of production. I'll just quickly quote the CEO of the Global Roundtable for Sustainable Meat. He's dealing with everybody. I find that an increasing number are now opening up to try and understand some of the complexities rather than focus on the basics of stocks and emissions. It has taken a while, but there are people now who want to understand carbon flows and the importance of them as opposed to stocks. He went on, I really hope that we can see a shift from accounting for stocks and gain a better appreciation of measuring flows, because to my mind, this is going to give us a much more holistic understanding of how our industry relates to environment. And to quote the Colorado State University, the importance of carbon flows in evolution of rangeland ecosystem science cannot be overstated. We are trying to capture the importance of that in their book. And I think, in a nutshell, rural producers, if they're going to understand their systems, as soon as you say to them, you follow the path of the carbon atom all the way through your system, into the cows, through the microbes, through the soil, you'll cover every bloody reductionist science topic is covered, reef, whatever. And all I'm saying is that we've got to communicate in a way that's relevant to rural producers, because once they follow the carbon, the reason I say you've got to follow the path of the carbon atom is that the carbon is the organiser as it flows through the landscape. Energy, nutrients and water all follow the path of carbon, which means that they're the production factors. We've got to go back to the basics and get the basics right. And I've spoken to ranchers in America and other producers around, and they all say this makes sense, but unfortunately it's not part of the debate. So how are we going to have a proper discussion? And finally, the management decisions that producers make relate to short-term carbon flows. If you're interested in the carbon stocks and long-term carbon, it's an outcome. It's not the beginning of the conversation. So we're not even explaining to real producers how their whole system works, unfortunately. And the final bit is we're talking about profit. Just to put small changes in perspective, is that just say it costs $10 to run a cow or a sheep, convenient figures. If you've got $11 of production, you've got $1 profit. If you've got $12 of production, you've got $2 of profit. Now, the difference between an $11 production and 12 is only a 9% increase in production. But a 9% increase in production in a marginal industry doubles your profit. It's that simple. Once you start to get positive and explain to producers in a way they can relate, just like you improve just the management of switching and you get a cow up to 99% of conception weight for conception. You don't get 0.99 of a calf, you get nothing. These are the real subtleties. There's so much future. If we just explain it to them logically in a way they can relate to.
Okay. I'll say something really radical because I think that's why I'm here. Almost all of the science, almost all of the doing things the conventional way, the net result is heading in the wrong direction on almost every matrix. So what I was going to say is the government works, the business works, everything works on marketing. So the output from here should be some kind of marketing ploy. The one that stands around my head is you declare war. The war is the Western Agricultural Region, which is everything west of the East Coast, and you amalgamate all groups and you say, we are now at war, we are aligned with the United Nations or whatever the best practices are, and then everything that's being discussed around this table falls under that banner. Then you go to the federal government and you say, we need this to fight this war. And you take it at a marketing level.
Thanks, Michael. I guess AgForce, having been involved in this collaboration with the Royal Society, with NRM Regions Queensland, it's been a wonderful journey. I mean, the journey sort of started pretty much when Jeff presented the red to green to black paper, which is a fairly neat way of sort of articulating the agriculture in Queensland / Australia. Yeah, it's pretty hard done by politics, by marketplaces and so on and so forth, and deserves a little bit of stewardship support from society. I guess, and that sort of really spurred some activity within AgForce and within committees we work with there. And I guess there was a lot of effort that was put towards thinking about, okay, what's a way of thinking about the landscape? Now we have currently a very regulatory regime, the Vegetation Management Act that's imposed by the state government. What's another way of thinking about the landscape that does start to think about this notion of stewardship, return for effort? And the committee sort of did a lot of thinking, a lot of head scratching about this, and eventually came up to sort of say, okay, if we want to support a natural capital type marketplace, we need some sort of simple methodology that's understandable by landholders. Landholders can contribute to themselves. So they sort of developed a methodology for measuring natural capital condition at property level. And so I guess recommendations going forward from this are that, firstly, that I guess some credence be provided to searching for a natural capital marketplace. So something that adds income streams to the existing landholders' condition. The other large thing to go forward with is that, as was generated in our Rangelands Declaration, is that this notion of a consultative council, some sort of other body that's not government, that makes some decisions and makes some recommendations in terms of what's the necessary future for our rangelands to survive once we're through the war.
Thanks, Ray. I won't mention the war. My first action is we need something visionary that has regeneration in it, regeneration of the ecosystems. And then below that, I've got 3 other actions. The first one is to review the Veg Management Act. That's a major problem for producers, and it creates a lot of perverse outcomes that it was never intended to do. And there's a lot of land being cleared because of that act that would never have been cleared if we didn't have the stupidity that's in that act. That's the first one. The second one is we lobby for an appropriate vegetation methodology that allows rangeland producers to get some income for the thickening that's going on in vegetation all over the place. And now's a very good time to do that. The methodology development now has been put inside the regulator, and one of the great things Minister Taylor's done is put a bomb under the regulator, and we're getting new methodologies quickly now and much more appropriate ones. And my third one is to bring back FarmBiz, which is an education and skill development program that ran in the 90s and early 2000s. And on some of our data, it had a 7-to-1 benefit cost ratio. So for every dollar the government spent on education, there was a 7-fold increase in profitability. That particular thing, that just needs a bit of support, because there actually is a proposal going through the bureaucracy and the ministries in Canberra right now for around $50 million to be dipped back into a FarmBiz sort of program.
Yeah, a couple of things, content and process. I guess for me, if you go back to like that slide in the declaration, pretty much everything there is sort of connected. So none of it's really, happening in a vacuum or linear, but we're probably each coming from our own particular thing that's important to us. And for me, that's the landscape and obviously the communities that depend upon it, but having a thriving rangelands again and feeling that the landscape around is, not dying and not degraded. And a massive part of the management of that in the rangelands is your grazing management, and that's around involving, so that's where I'll focus my energy. But I think that the timely thing at the moment is that if you identify other energy flows that make it easier to catalyse change on that front. At the moment, you've got a lot of massive amount of awareness and pressure around climate change, loss of biodiversity, extinction, etc. Be good to see maybe a bit more around rehydration and issues around moisture in the landscape, but all of these issues, to my mind, there are exciting opportunities and solutions already in place, but we need to figure out how to spread the good work that's already happening on those fronts. And I mean, RCS has done a lot of that, and these guys at Stanbrook have been implementing a lot of really good stuff there. And the people that are already involved in that can see where within their individual communities there are bottlenecks that are slowing down that rate of uptake or not allowing it to keep pace with the challenges. Whether that's, well, usually from a compounding effect from unintentional mismanagement of land combined with climate change and the way that makes things sort of more difficult. So yeah, for me, I think it's taking things like parts of John and Heather's points raised in the readings and working on how to leverage change and this kind of bottom-up approach and place-based and being very aware of what's actually going to work for your community. And to that point, there's been some solutions thrown out there that, you know, might not work culturally within the rangelands for the stakeholders involved, and we won't be able to identify these things until we have discussions on each of the challenges raised and the solutions that are either already existing or that, you know, we imagine up in our heads or would like to talk to people about. So I guess on the process front, I'd love to see, you know, a list of people's visions, challenges, maybe their ideas for solutions, and then be able to cross-collaborate and go, oh, I didn't expect to have a solution to that, but I'll involve myself there. But I do have a solution to this, or I don't understand this challenge, so that we're not sort of doubling up or missing out on the opportunity to kind of help each other get to the end point.
Well said, Jane. Well, I just want to suggest that we support the concept of re-establishing Longreach as a place of learning, somewhere to look at modern systems, regenerative systems to enhance the well-being of the outback.
I want to just comment on my favourite subject, environmental stewardships. And to establish healthy soils and ecosystems, I think that there's got to be a reward for the landholder. There's some funding out there getting around at the moment that being the stewardship, the federal stewardship program, there's the future drought fund, and there's the local government, sorry, the state government land restoration fund. They're all sort of, you know, the thing that's happening at the moment. But 12 years ago, the Department of Environment, federal, had established a environmental stewardship called the Box Gum Grassy Woodlands. And I was a recipient of that. There was 9 in Queensland. It's the Mandurah region, they call it, Mandurah bioregion. And it stretches down into New South Wales, and there's about 100 recipients down there. Now, I've got 12 years experience with that. On our property, we've been monitored by, initially by Australian National University, and then more recently the CSIRO and the Queensland Herbarium. So there's a lot of information there. And blow me down if the Department of Agriculture decide, as I said earlier, that they're going to introduce an environmental stewardship program, and the money went to the NFF, or part of it did initially. some into the ANU to establish a pilot program. And so it's been running. I know, it is hilarious. I personally spoke to David Littleproud about it because I was at a meeting with him one day in the local area. And I said, David, you realise that this program being like there's information there that's 12 years old? No, I didn't know that. And so the department, the environment department and the agriculture department weren't talking to each other. Or it's not so much the ministers, it's the bureaucrats directly underneath them. They're just not talking. Maybe they will now where the departments have amalgamated a bit closer. But this is another example of money that is just, personally feel is just getting wasted, or maybe that's not quite the word. It's probably going to having a useful outcome, but it could be done better. And then we move on to the Land Restoration Fund, the state fund, and I see there was an announcement a couple of days ago where a similar situation has occurred, where they've announced one of the 19 projects that were announced is for the Boxgum Grassy Woodlands project. So I'm amazed that all this is going on around us and we're not involved. So part of the roadmap, I would say, look, we need to somehow get some of the bureaucrats talking to each other, and there might be just a little bit of money left over to do a few other things.
Thanks, Jeff.
I'm usually someone who jumps into actions and at the least process-driven person in this room, I'm sure, but right now I think we need to get a really good process in place, otherwise we're going to be spending a fair bit of time and money going forward. So Jeff, what you've laid out here in this document, I think, in terms of the development of strategy and an effective feasible path as a part of that is a really good thing that we should be looking at. But before we do that, we need to, as in the Royal Society, Ag Force RMRQ, need to cost that out, see what it looks like. We've gone around here, we went around again, we get another lot of what we should do. There won't be another lot of what we should do. We probably end up with 30, 40, or 50 of what's all very valid. But until we know why, and we were throwing up there as a suggestion why, Ross has got a bit of a difference, not much. But that's all part of the strategy. So I think the next step for us is to, whether it's the roadmap, cost out the roadmap, cost out the development of a Queensland rangeland strategy, or a sexier title than that, and the pathways to achieve that.
Can I come in before Ross, because he's the lead person here? Sorry.
Heather's got to come and then...
Oh, sorry, go on, Ross.
You go, Ross.
No, I'm not going until you will be.
Oh, Heather, go on.
It's there now, yes, I have. But I'm happy for you to go first.
I was just going to follow up on the stewardship one while it was hot in our memory, that's all, because it's something that I think...
Sorry, let's start again. The stewardship issue, I think, is an area that could be explored, because we've got excellent models on how this has worked in other countries, and in 28 countries or whatever in the EU, and real money is flowing from government into this space. Up to 50% of farm income comes from these measures of stewardship. And I think it's a question of defining what stewardship means in the Australian context, and understanding that these financial flows are essential for the continuation of the community in the outland bush as we know it, because at the moment there's just not enough to go around to keep people in some kind of reasonable shape with their lives. So we know that, for example, not only is there direct government funding, the Great Britain has just passed about a week ago their new Ag Bill, which actually sets out, and I'll put it in the paper, one pager, sets out road to getting a change from just money per hectare to money for stewardship and particular actions. In Costa Rica, for example, the banks have become involved in managing offsets and debt for nature, so we need to get the banks thinking about how to handle the debt that they've got in Australia and bring them into the picture of being part of the solution rather than how the hell do we get out of this. And then philanthropy and environmental NGOs and business as a coordinated effort to push for this environmental service and payment for it properly. I'd like us to see us have a dialogue about that, cost it, see how it could be. Jeff's got an idea about money flows into communities at the moment from various sources. It's probably enough. We don't need much more government money than what's already out there. It just needs to be directed in a particular way so that it is shown to do something useful that we're promulgating.
It's great to provide. So I've been wondering what can this forum do to add value, particularly with the backing of the three organisations behind it. And I was thinking about, well, maybe it's just a bit more organic than some of us used to thinking, and what can it do in terms of supporting good things that are already happening, and perhaps by sharing good news stories or connecting people or scaling up some initiatives that are already happening in the regions that could add value in other parts of the rangelands. So that's supporting good things that are happening, and then the other side of it is where you deal with the systemic barriers to better practices, and so that might be the arena where some of those policy type documents sit, whether it's natural capital or drought policy or carbon or Veg Management Act. So some of these bigger picture barriers that don't seem to be on the horizon. I guess I ask the question, what value does this have over what other networks and groups are already out there? Because there's always more than we know of. I'd suggest that this group going forward needs some other people around the table as well, some greater diversity, particularly Indigenous, but also probably more landholders. So there's questions of diversity and critical mass that have been picked up in conversations earlier today. And I'm fully with Terry on the Regen Ag as a pitch. I'm just amazed about how powerful that language is right across different communities. And I guess finally, just to accept that every collaboration has its day, and they live or die by their demonstrated value and people's participation. And I think there's a great passion here by the fact this conversation's been sustained intensely for a year and for some years prior to that. So perhaps there's hope that's going somewhere.
Thanks. Indigenous representation was not left off. We did actually have one Indigenous member of the society who was booked to come. I just got a text saying she's caught out in the bush somewhere and couldn't turn up, but it was not certainly not neglected. Heather.
Thank you. Yes, I've got very bad timing, but I was able to do a quick thing. So for me, I think the most important thing is process, right? Because you don't get anywhere without a good process. So develop a process to connect diverse people, diverser than what we have here. We have some diversity here. That's great, but it could be more diverse, who are interested to progress innovation and actions to improve wellbeing in the rangelands. Or, I tend to agree with Dana, not sure that many people understand exactly what the rangeland is, except those who are there. So I wonder, she likes heartlands, I like outback, I think. I'll have to think about that. Okay.
Thank you. David, are you still there, mate? David, would you like to make a contribution of that kind?
Thanks, Jeff. I've typed something there in the chat window. My thoughts are more around a vision statement. That by 2030, as Queensland's rangelands will sustainably produce carbon neutral food and fibre, be home to vibrant, healthy and diverse communities, express its innovation through advanced development and application of technology, globally share knowledge of pathways to adaptation in increasingly variable climates, and make use of rich natural assets to power the world. And then I had an afterthought, something should be in there about engaged governance as well, but the words escape me just at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, David. If Ken or Charles are there, if not, I'll come back to the meeting. Ross, do you want to have the final word, or would you like to go now and give me the final word?
I think you deserve the final.
Thank you.
Thank you. I will say thank you to everyone here for excellent contributions and your own vision of where we should be travelling, and I'm sure you'll appreciate that. I might have to make a backward move to an anecdote. Many years ago, we had an international group come out challenging the harvesting of the kangaroos in southwest Queensland and across main parts of Queensland, particularly the eastern greys and the reds. And they were in play proportions at that time, and banging up against fences all over the place. This international group, we're going to actually stitch us up. They're going to basically say, you're really totally inappropriately handling the situation. Then we eventually got the message across that Queensland is the same size as Europe. And we put a map of Rome over the top of Roma and said that is the area where the kangaroos are basically present in play proportions. And what we're taking is a very small percentage of those as a part of the industry. And eventually they started to realise that we're talking about an enormous area. And in this enormous area the size of Europe, we basically are expecting 2% of Queensland's population to satisfy all these expectations, which to me is totally unrealistic. Every property deserves extra assistance in terms of environmental management of some sort, and it's not getting it. It doesn't matter who they are, whether they be Stanbroke or a guy on 40,000 acres or whatever it might be. So every property in the broadest sense of all the values is staffed, undermanaged in terms of the values we're talking about. Production values, yes, they may be satisfied, but for the broad spectrum of values, when it goes right through to biodiversity and human psychological stability and so forth, are not being adequately covered. And neither is the variability. In the introduction this morning, I said the roadmap needs to be intelligent enough and comprehensive enough in scope and practical application to accommodate the variability across this area the size of Europe. Now, there are a whole range of different actors in this area and outside it coming in, and there's a whole range of scales in terms of whether it be NRM regions, bioregions, catchments, sub-catchments, local government areas and so forth. We really are not easily accommodating that. So one thing I would suggest is we've been asked to develop a narrative. We should search for all the best examples of what's positive and going well across all the various regions and document those as a part of the support information that goes into our narrative. If we want change, we've got to have good stories to support that change. And I think they're out there. It's just a matter of getting them identified and actually adding them to the narrative that we're building in the roadmap. Now, the roadmap itself, I would support what Andrew and Jeff obviously has presented. That's the 5 capacities. That could be a framework for us to build on in terms of the roadmap. But I would add one thing, and a request with David Phillips and Ken Brook, and that is to negotiate and facilitate an analytical modelling exercise, which basically does two things. One looks at Ken's perception of the mega drought patterns and where we're going into the rest of this century, and one which accommodates Michael Guthridge's concept of where climate change is going, and run those across this vast area in terms of the maps that David put up this morning, to see just what comes out in terms of those analyses. Because I think there's going to be quite a variation in the survivorship potential of certain properties as we move towards the hot end and the dry end of this change. In terms of the modelling analysis that Ken Brook has done with his team, we could actually expect 7-year droughts and then mega droughts every 100 or 50 years or whatever it might be. And they won't go away. But then this incremental temperature rise, we know that we can clearly say that there has been a measurable 1 degree rise in the last 100 years, and it seems to be rising fairly rapidly in this century. We need to do the modelling for that as well, because a lot of your good intentions may just disappear out the window if we get some insight into where the whole system is travelling. So I think that sort of support input linked to the roadmap has to be anchored to some sort of realistic appreciation of what directions we may be taking as we go into the rest of this century. Yes, we might go into the patterns of mega droughts of the past, but we might be going into a highly accelerating situation too, and we want to know where the best place to invest survival will be, or productivity. It's good to have a 10-year plan, so I support them entirely. I think we need these success stories that are out there, and emerging success stories that should be documented as a part of the narrative. And I think we can use as the framework for the roadmap, the 5 capacities that Jeff has presented to us, plus the vision that David has just outlined, and then on the board over there is the goal. So the framework is there for a very reasonable integration of all the things that have occurred today.
Thanks, Ross. I'd like to lead a round of applause for Griffith. And I'm sorry, I don't know your name, but Lewis and his team have given exemplary IT, I think. I wasn't sure whether this would work, and David, you might have your own view, but I think it's been wonderful to have Griffith's support. So I'd like to lead a round of applause for Griffith. A round of applause for these two gents that have done what Pam Gordon normally does, which is do the support and admin and the stationery and so on. So can you please give James and I didn't acknowledge the 6,000 that NRM regions put into this. They allowed the preparation of these papers. We would not have asked volunteers to do it, to do all of them without some systems. Some of them are volunteers, but some of them were only able to because of that money. One last question before we need to go. A show of hands on whether you want a dialogue in some form to continue next year. You don't have to, there's no one will be pleased.
Like this.
I'm not necessarily like this room, but some form of dialogue, whether it's online or in person or seminars or something. Is it worth continuing, or should we leave it to existing bodies like NRM, RANHAD, local government, Western Alliance? So you're saying the existing forums aren't broad enough, but this one might evolve into something. Anyway, show of hands whether it's worth continuing in some form. That's near enough to unanimous, I think. Okay, would that be fair enough? Okay. Well, thank you very much indeed.
You can give us your thoughts. Where to from here?
One last thing. If anyone has any idea where we can get some funding to give executive horsepower to this, please just slip us a little note or a brown paper envelope or just the name of a contact. One of these wealthy people who influences government. I mean, $13 million for that property. 13 million. Right, there are properties changing hands for 10 million or so. That industry ought to be able to support 150,000 a year to run a powerful dialogue. And so far we've had enough to keep the dialogue going, but it's running to an end. Not if we tell him you're in the audience. Okay, thank you very much.